There is a sound, a melody that defines our time. It is not the song of a bird or the whisper of the wind through the leaves. It is the gentle ping of a new notification, the ceaseless swipe of a thumb across an endless feed. We live in a world of perpetual connectivity, a world where silence is treated as an abnormality, a void to be immediately filled with music, with a podcast, with a call, with anything at all, so long as we do not have to face the quiet. And herein lies the great paradox of our age. We have thousands of friends on social media. We can video call someone on the other side of the planet. We are plugged into a global network of information. Yet, amidst all this connectivity, a strange emptiness creeps into the soul, a feeling that, whether we are in the middle of a noisy party or replying to a stream of online comments, we are still alone. This is not the aloneness of choice. This is loneliness, a painful loneliness, a feeling of being disconnected, of being misunderstood, of not being truly seen. It is born from the constant comparison of our own lives to the perfect highlight reels presented by others. It is nourished by the fear of missing out, the fear of not belonging. It is a mental prison built from the bricks of seeking external validation. We are busy to the point of exhaustion, yet we feel stuck. We are relentlessly connected, yet we feel more isolated than ever. But what if the answer does not lie in trying to connect even more? What if the way out is not found in the external world? But deep within ourselves there is another path. A path that does not demand we seek more, but simply that we stop. Stop. To listen. It is the path that leads to a powerful but often misunderstood concept, intentional stillness. It is called solitude. This is not the absence of others, but the full and meaningful presence of oneself. It is not a punishment, but a gift we give ourselves, a space to heal, to recharge, and to understand. The wisdom of Buddhism, for thousands of years, has pointed to this path, not as an escape from life, but as a way to embrace life in the most profound way possible. This is the journey we will embark on together, the journey from the noise of loneliness to find our way back to the peaceful kingdom of inner solitude. Let us begin our journey by looking directly at where we stand, at the very heart of the modern world, a world illuminated by billions of screens, woven together by invisible fiber optic threads and a dense web of wireless waves. We have built a technological marvel, a global nervous system that allows a thought, an image, an emotion to travel from one continent to another in the blink of an eye. We have a term for this. It is connectivity. It is the physical ability to send and receive data. It is the statistics of bandwidth speeds and the number of online friends. But we have made a grave mistake, a detrimental confusion. We have mistaken connectivity for connection, for the genuine intimacy between human beings. Physical connectivity is a vast river of information, but soulful connection is a deep and quiet well. The river flows rapidly. It is noisy and carries everything along its surface, but the well takes time to find. It requires patience to draw up each bucket of fresh, clear water. Social media and modern technology have given us an entire ocean of information. But in doing so, They have made us forget the sweet taste of a sip of cool water from deep within the earth. True connection requires vulnerability. It requiert présence. It requires us to put down our phones and look into each other's eyes, to listen not just to the words, but to the silences. It demands time, patience, and compassion, connectivity. On the other hand, operates on a completely different logic. The logic of speed, of efficiency, of immediacy. A like is a quick transaction. A comment is a fleeting reaction. A share is an act that requires little thought. We are transacting information, not sharing our souls. And within this misunderstanding, a sophisticated deception has been born, an illusion of intimacy, an echo that resounds in the crowd but comes from no one in particular. This illusion is reinforced by a profound psychological phenomenon of our time, the creation of the curated self. Each of us, whether consciously or not, has become the brand manager for a company called Me. Incorporated, our personal profile is a meticulously designed billboard. We select the best photos, the happiest moments, the most pride-worthy achievements to put on display. The picture of the luxurious vacation doesn't tell the story of the tense argument that took place just minutes before. The status update about a career promotion doesn't mention the feeling of imposter syndrome and the long, sleepless nights of anxiety. The happy family portrait doesn't show the financial burdens and the silent disagreements. We become the directors, the editors of the movie of our own lives, and we cut out all the imperfect scenes, the moments of weakness, the boring segments. The problem is, those deleted scenes are what life is actually made of. By showcasing only the highlight reel, we create an ever-widening gap between our real selves and the image we present. And the tragedy is, everyone else is doing the exact same thing. The result is a world where masks are interacting with masks, where idealized versions of people are conversing with one another, while the real human beings, with all their complexities, pains, and insecurities, are hiding silently behind their screens. We long to be seen, yet we only show others a painted portrait. We desire to be understood, yet we conceal the very things that need understanding the most. This deception isn't just directed outward, it also seeps back inward. Gradually, we start to believe our own perfect story, and we feel alienated from our own flawed, authentic selves. And as we immerse ourselves in this theater of masks, another ancient and powerful psychological mechanism is activated with an unprecedented intensity. It is the mechanism of comparison. Evolutionarily, comparing ourselves to others was a survival instinct that helped us learn and fit into our tribe. But when our tribe expands to include billions of people across the planet, this instinct becomes a tool of mental torture. We are constantly comparing our messy, behind-the-scenes reality with everyone else's professionally edited highlight reel. It is a game we can never win, because there will always be someone with a better vacation, a nicer house, a more successful career, more well-behaved children. The endless newsfeed becomes a constant reminder of all the things we don't have, the places we haven't been, the people we haven't become. It sows in us a perpetual sense of lack, a simmering anxiety that we are living life the wrong way, the fear of missing out, or FOMO, is no longer just the fear of missing a party. It has become a metaphysical fear of missing out on life itself. We see others happy, and the first question that arises in our mind is not, "I'm happy for them," but "Why not me?" This comparison is like an acid. It corrodes gratitude, it erodes contentment, and it leaves an empty hole in our soul. A hole we then try to fill by seeking more attention, more likes, and continuing to spin in this vicious cycle. Let us imagine the story of a young woman. Let's call her Anne. Online, Anne is a star. She has over 5,000 friends, and each of her posts receives hundreds, even thousands, of interactions. Her personal page is a colorful mosaic of trips to faraway lands, beautifully arranged meals at fancy restaurants, and moments of radiant laughter next to friends who are just as beautiful and successful. Her followers leave adoring comments. "You're my inspiration. I wish I had your life. You are amazing." Anne reads these comments and feels a fleeting joy, a validation that she is doing things right. Then one day, the storm hits. Not a storm on social media, but a real storm in her life. The company she works for restructures, and she is suddenly laid off. At the same time, the romantic relationship she had poured her heart into falls apart. Anne sits alone in her apartment, the silence deafening, broken only by the cold glow of her phone screen. She opens her friends list, 5,000 names. She scrolls and scrolls. Who can she call right now? Who can she cry with without having to explain? Without fear of judgment, who will listen to her raw fear and confusion. The list of 5,000 people suddenly, shockingly, shrinks. It shrinks to maybe 1 or 2, but even then she hesitates to call, because it's been too long since they've talked about anything that truly matters. Amidst thousands of connections, she realizes she doesn't have a single bond deep enough to hold on to in this moment. Now, let us imagine a different image. An old woman in a small village, generations ago. She has no phone, no social media. Her network consists of only a few dozen people in her village. But when a heavy rain causes her roof to leak, the very next morning, her neighbors are there. One brings roofing tiles, another brings tools. They don't talk much, they just work. When she falls ill, a bowl of hot soup appears at her door. No request needed. That is not connectivity. It is community. It is a bond woven from quiet, unglamorous acts of care, acts that don't need to be documented or broadcasted. It is built on the trust that when you fall, a hand will reach out, not to take a picture, but to pull you up. Anne has a network, but the old woman has a community. Anne has echoes, but the old woman has heartfelt responses. And this is the final destination of this great deception. The deepest pain it inflicts, the feeling of loneliness, even when surrounded by people. It is the feeling of being in a crowded room. You are speaking, you are laughing, but no one truly hears you. Your voice bounces off the walls of polite smiles and superficial inquiries, and returns to you as a strange, distant echo. You are physically present, but your soul feels invisible. You feel like a ghost at the party of your own life, watching everyone interact with the shell you have created, while your true self is cowering in a dark corner. This is the echo in the crowd. You scream out your pain, but all that comes back are the filtered versions of your own voice. The compliments addressed to the mask you are wearing. This loneliness is even more bitter than being alone in an empty room. Because in an empty room, at least there is no illusion of companionship. Here, companionship is right before your eyes, but you cannot touch it. We have chased connectivity at all costs, only to find ourselves more isolated than ever. We have built vast networks, only to lose our warm communities. We have believed technology's promise of a more intimate world, only to find ourselves adrift in a phantom space full of echoes. Realizing this deception, as painful as it is a critically important step. It is like a person lost in the desert realizing that the oasis he saw in the distance was only a mirage. He will stop wasting his energy running toward it. The collapse of the external illusion forces us to begin a new search. If true connection cannot be found out there, then where is it? And from this very question, we begin to have the opportunity to clearly distinguish between two entirely different states of being. On one side is the suffering of seeking connection externally and not finding it, a state of lack. And on the other side is the power of finding connection in the only place we never thought to look, within ourselves, a state of fullness. On one side is the prison of loneliness, and on the other, the kingdom of solitude. Having journeyed through the glittering, noisy mirage of modern connectivity and felt the deep isolation it can create, we now arrive at a crucial junction. Here, we must become cartographers of the heart, mapping out the two distinct inner territories that are born from the experience of being alone. These realms may appear similar from a distance, just as a desert mirage looks like a real oasis. But they are fundamentally different worlds. One is a barren prison, the other a flourishing kingdom. The failure to distinguish between them is the source of a great deal of our suffering. We must, therefore, draw the border with absolute clarity. On one side lies the prison of loneliness, and on the other, the kingdom of solitude. Let us first speak of the prison. Loneliness is not a physical state. It is a profoundly painful emotional one. It is not the fact of being alone, but the feeling of being isolated. It is a cold ache in the center of the chest, a subjective experience of lacking connection, a form of spiritual hunger. You can be surrounded by 1,000 people at a concert, or sitting at a dinner table with your own family, and still be the loneliest person in the world. The noise and laughter around you can, in fact, amplify the feeling of isolation, making the silence inside you even more deafening. Loneliness is the painful awareness of a gap between the level of meaningful connection you desire and the level you actually have. The mind in a state of loneliness is a mind focused entirely on what is missing. It scans the horizon for an absent friend. It listens for a phone that does not ring. It replays memories of past connections, and it projects fears of future abandonment. It is a state of poverty, a feeling that you are not enough on your own, that your worth is contingent on the presence and approval of others. This is why it feels like a prison. The lonely mind believes that freedom and happiness lie somewhere outside its walls. In the hands of other people, it sees itself as a victim of circumstance, a passive recipient of neglect. Its narrative is filled with blame and despair. No one understands me. I am forgotten. I will always be alone. It is a reactive state, a suffering that feels imposed upon us from the outside world. Now, let us imagine a powerful illustration. Picture two individuals, both in a state of physical aloneness. The first is a prisoner, cast into solitary confinement. His world has shrunk to the size of a small, bare room. To him, the four walls are not just walls. They are the very embodiment of his separation from life. They are crushing him. The silence is not peaceful. It is a terrifying void, filled only by the frantic echo of his own tormented thoughts. He paces like a caged animal, his mind a raging storm of regret for the past and terror for the future. Every distant sound from the outside world, a laugh, a snippet of music, is a sharp dagger of pain, a reminder of the world he has been exiled from. He is at war with his aloneness. He rattles the bars of his mental cage, desperate for any distraction, any escape from the unbearable agony of his own company. For him, time does not pass. It thralls. Each second is an eternity of suffering. This is the unmitigated torment of loneliness. Now, picture the second individual. It is a monk who has voluntarily entered a simple cave on a mountainside for a period of meditation. Externally, his situation is almost identical to the prisoner's. He is alone in a small, bare space, but internally, he is living in a completely different universe. To him, the four walls of the cave are not a prison, but a sanctuary. They are not crushing him. They are embracing him, creating a sacred boundary that protects his peace from the distractions of the world. The silence is not a void. It is a rich and vibrant fullness. It is the canvas upon which he can observe the subtle dance of his own breath, the gentle arising and passing of his thoughts and feelings. He is not at war with his aloneness. He is in communion with it. He sits in quiet stillness, not fighting his mind, but befriending it. He is not trying to escape from himself, but to explore the vast, uncharted universe within. The cave is not a cell limiting his freedom. It is a vessel for a journey into boundless inner space. For him, time dissolves. The past is gone. The future is not yet here. There is only the profound depth of the present moment. This is the liberating power of solitude. Solitude. Then is the kingdom. Unlike loneliness, which happens to us, solitude is something we choose. It is a deliberate, conscious, and proactive act. It is an appointment we make with ourselves, a declaration that our own company is not a punishment, but a privilege. It is the difference between being left alone and choosing to be alone. The first implies rejection and worthlessness. The second implies self-respect and inner sufficiency. The mind in a state of solitude is not focused on what is absent, but on what is profoundly present. It is rooted in a sense of fullness. It finds richness in the rhythm of one's own breathing, in the sensation of the air on the skin, in the simple, unadorned fact of being alive. It is a state of spiritual wealth, a realization that you are a complete universe unto yourself. When you enter solitude, you are not running away from others. You are running towards yourself. You are not seeking to escape the world. You are seeking to ground yourself more deeply in reality, so that when you return to the world, you can do so with more presence, clarity, and compassion. You are the sovereign of this inner kingdom. You are not the victim of your circumstances, but the architect of your inner peace. Let us place the two side by side to see their true opposition. Loneliness is a painful lack. Solitude is a peaceful abundance. Loneliness is born from fear. Solitude is born from courage. Loneliness is looking outward in desperation for someone to save you. Solitude is looking inward with curiosity to get to know yourself. Loneliness is characterized by a frantic, agitated mind, restless and dissatisfied. Solitude is characterized by a calm, observant mind, present and content. Loneliness drains your energy, leaving you exhausted and depleted. Solitude replenishes your energy, leaving you refreshed and restored. Loneliness is defined by who is absent from you. Solitude is defined by who is present for you, your own true self. One is a hungry ghost, forever seeking. The other is a benevolent monarch, reigning peacefully over the inner realm. The tragedy is that our culture rarely teaches us this distinction. We lump both experiences under the single, frightening category of being alone, and so we learn to fear them equally. We see the prison of loneliness and, assuming the kingdom of solitude is just another cell in the same jail, we flee from them both. We run towards noise, towards distraction, towards the shallow connectivity we spoke of earlier, all in an effort to avoid the fate of the prisoner in his cell. And in doing so, we unwittingly forsake the immense treasure waiting for us in the kingdom of the monk. We trade the possibility of inner wealth for the certainty of outer noise. And this leads us to a profound and necessary question. If solitude is indeed a kingdom of such peace and power, why are most of us so utterly terrified of it? Why does the prospect of spending even a short amount of time in intentional silence feel so daunting, so uncomfortable? We understand why someone would want to escape the prison. But why would anyone flee the gates of a welcoming kingdom? There must be a dragon guarding the gate. A fear that runs deeper than just the fear of being lonely. What is it that we are so afraid to confront in the quiet of our own hearts? What is this deafening silence? This gaping void that we sense is waiting for us the moment the distractions finally fade away. This is the fear we must now turn to face. We have drawn a clear line on our map, separating the desolate prison of loneliness from the verdant kingdom of solitude. We have described this kingdom as a place of peace, power, and profound self-connection. And yet, if this is true, we must confront a deeply unsettling question. Why do most of us stand at its gates, trembling with fear? Why does the mere thought of entering this peaceful realm feel so threatening? It is one thing to flee a prison, but it is another thing entirely to flee a sanctuary, Our aversion to being alone runs deeper than a simple fear of being lonely. It is an instinctual, almost primal resistance to silence itself. To understand this fear, we must be brave enough to look at what awaits us on the other side of the noise. In that space we try so desperately to avoid, we are not afraid of nothingness. We are afraid of what rushes in to fill the void. The moment our distractions fall away, we are afraid of finally meeting the uninvited resident who lives within us, all the restless, untamed mind. In the traditions of Buddhist psychology, this ceaseless internal chatter has a name, the monkey mind. It is a perfect metaphor. Imagine a hyperactive monkey, drunk on fermented fruit, who has also been stung by a scorpion. It cannot stay still for a single moment. It leaps frantically from one branch to another, screeching and chattering with no rhyme or reason. This is the nature of our untrained consciousness. It swings wildly from a regret about something we said 10 years ago, to a detailed anxiety about a meeting scheduled for next week. It replays old conversations, scripts imaginary arguments, makes endless to-do lists, sings snippets of annoying songs, and passes harsh judgments on ourselves and others. It never, ever stops. For most of our lives, we are not even aware of how chaotic this inner world truly is, because we have become experts at drowning it out. Our modern world is a veritable feast for the monkey mind, a purpose-built playground of perpetual distraction. The smartphone is its favorite toy. Every notification, every email, every social media alert is another branch for it to swing to. The constant stream of news, music, podcasts, and videos is the background noise we use to muffle its incessant chatter. Our obsession with being busy, with filling every slot in our calendar, is not always a sign of productivity. Often, it is a sophisticated strategy to avoid having a single unstructured moment where we might be left alone with our own thoughts. These distractions are not just entertainment. They are a form of anesthesia. We are not running towards something. We are running away from something. We are running away from the monkey in our own head. The fear of silence. Then is the fear of being locked in a room with this wild, agitated creature, with no means of escape. When we finally dare to turn down the volume of the outside world, what exactly does the monkey mind start screeching about? What are these thoughts and feelings that we are so afraid to confront? First, the silence allows our unresolved emotions to surface. Throughout our lives, we become masters of suppression. The grief from a loss we never fully processed, the anger from an injustice we swallowed, the shame from a mistake we buried. We pushed them all down into the basement of our psyche, lock the door, and try to forget they exist. But they do not disappear. They are alive down there, festering, gaining weight and power in the darkness. Silence is the key that unlocks that basement door. In the quiet, these spectral emotions begin to creep up the stairs. The sadness feels heavy. The anger burns hot. The anxiety feels like a cold knot in our stomach. We are terrified of these feelings. We believe they will overwhelm us, that if we let ourselves truly feel them, we will drown. And so, the moment we sense them rising, we reflexively reach for our phone, turn on the television, or find some other urgent task to do, we slam the basement door shut and pretend we heard nothing. Along with these old emotions comes the voice of the inner critic. This is perhaps the most vicious and relentless of all the voices in our head. It is the narrator of our inadequacy. It sits on our shoulder, providing a running commentary on all our failings. You're not smart enough. You'll never succeed. Look at what a mess you've made of your life. Why can't you be more like them in the daily hustle? Its voice is just one among many, but in the silence, it has a captive audience. It steps onto center stage, grabs the microphone, and its harsh, judgmental monologue becomes deafening. We fear this voice because we believe it. We mistake its cruel pronouncements for the truth of who we are. To be alone with the inner critic feels like being subjected to a brutal interrogation from which there is no escape. It is no wonder we would rather listen to anything else. And finally, if we sit in the silence long enough, past the old emotions and the inner critic, we come face to face with the most daunting things of all the great. Unanswered, existential questions. The silence strips away the comforting illusions of our daily routines and forces us to confront the raw, unvarnished facts of our existence. We are small beings on a tiny planet, spinning in an incomprehensibly vast and indifferent universe. Our lives are fleeting, a brief flicker of light between two eternities of darkness. We are vulnerable, fragile, and ultimately, not in control. The silence brings with it the terrifying awareness of our own mortality. The void we fear is not empty. It is filled with the chilling certainty that this life, this self that we cling to so desperately, will one day come to an end. These are the ultimate anxieties that underlie all our smaller, everyday worries, and we will do almost anything to avoid thinking about them. There is an ancient Buddhist parable that captures this human predicament with devastating accuracy. It is the story of a man who is being chased by a ferocious tiger. He runs as fast as he can until he comes to the edge of a cliff. Desperate, he sees a vine hanging down and begins to scramble down its length. As he hangs there, suspended between the cliff face and the abyss below, he looks up and sees the snarling tiger at the top, waiting for him. He looks down and sees, to his horror, a great dragon at the bottom of the chasm, its jaws open, fire spewing from its mouth, waiting for him to fall. He is trapped. Just then, he notices two small mice, one white and one black, have emerged from a crevice in the cliff and have begun to systematically gnaw at the very vine he is clinging to. His situation seems utterly hopeless, but at that very moment, he sees something else, growing on the cliff face. Just within his reach is a single wild strawberry, glowing red and plump in the sunlight. With the tiger above him, the dragon below him, and the mice gnawing away at his lifeline, he reaches out, plucks the strawberry, puts it in his mouth, and savors its perfect sweetness. We are all this man. The tiger chasing us is our past, our traumas, our regrets, our unforgiven mistakes, all the things that we are running from. The dragon at the bottom of the cliff is our future, the great unknown, our fears of sickness, old age, and ultimately, the terrifying certainty of death. The vine we are clinging to is our fragile life, and the two mice, one black and one white, are day and night, the relentless and impersonal passage of time, steadily eating away at our existence. And what do we do in this precarious situation? We spend all our energy looking up at the tiger, obsessing over our past, or we spend all our time looking down at the dragon, paralyzed with fear about our future. We are so consumed by the tiger and the dragon that we completely ignore the most real thing in our entire predicament, the strawberry. Right here, right now, the strawberry is the present moment. It is the taste of our coffee, the warmth of the sun on our skin, the sound of a loved one's laugh, the simple, profound gift of our own breath. It is the only place life ever actually happens. Our fear of silence is the fear of being forced to stop, to hang on the vine, and to truly see the tiger above and the dragon below. And because that sight is so terrifying, we have trained ourselves to never, ever notice the strawberry. We have become so addicted to the drama of running and worrying that we have forgotten how to simply be. This is why we fear the quiet. It robs us of our momentum. It forces us to confront our deepest anxieties, and it reveals how little time we truly have. But what we fail to realize is that this confrontation, as terrifying as it may be, is also the only path to true freedom. It is the only way we can learn to stop running, to look the tiger and the dragon in the eye, and finally, taste the sweetness of the strawberry. We have stood at the edge of the cliff and dared to look down. We have named the tiger of our past and the dragon of our future. We have acknowledged the frantic, chattering monkey in our mind, the creature whose relentless noise makes the prospect of silence so utterly terrifying. To be left alone with this wild internal energy feels like a form of madness. And so, our instinct is to fight it, to silence it, to wrestle the monkey into submission. We believe that peace can only be achieved by vanquishing this inner enemy. But this is the fundamental misunderstanding that lies at the heart of our struggle. The path to peace is not found through war. You cannot scream the monkey mind into silence. You will only make it screech louder. You cannot suppress your anxious thoughts. They will only return with greater force. The secret, the profound and liberating insight offered by ancient contemplative traditions, is that you do not have to fight the monkey at all. You simply have to learn how to watch it. You must cultivate a different kind of awareness, a new way of relating to your own mind. This practice, this gentle art of non-reactive observation, is called mindfulness. It is the tool that transforms the terrifying chaos of the mind into a mere spectacle. And in doing so, it turns the prison of solitude into a palace of insight. What, then, is mindfulness in its simplest form? It is the ability to pay attention on purpose, in the present moment, without judgment. Let's break that down. For within this simple definition lies a revolutionary approach to living. Paying attention on purpose means we are making a conscious choice about where we place our awareness. For most of our lives, our attention is hijacked. It is dragged around by the whims of the monkey mind, by the notifications on our phone, by the demands of the outside world. Mindfulness is the act of reclaiming our attention, of deciding for ourselves what we will focus on. In the present moment is the crucial anchor of this practice. The mind naturally wants to live anywhere, but here it dwells in the regrets of the past or rehearses anxieties for the future. Mindfulness is the practice of gently but firmly guiding our awareness back to the only time that ever truly exists right now. And finally, the most important and perhaps most difficult part, without judgment. This is where the magic happens. This means we observe our inner world, our thoughts, our emotions, our bodily sensations, with the impartial curiosity of a scientist or the gentle acceptance of a loving grandparent. Imagine you are sitting by the bank of a river, the water flowing by as the stream of your consciousness, carrying all your thoughts, feelings, and memories. For most of your life, you have been in the river. You are tossed and turned by its currents, slammed against rocks of anxiety, and swept away by whirlpools of anger. You are not even aware that you are in a river. You believe you are the river. You are completely identified with its every twist and turn. Mindfulness is the act of climbing out of the water. It is the decision to sit peacefully on the riverbank and simply watch the water flow by. From this new vantage point, you can see everything clearly. You see a log of sadness float past. You see a quick-moving fish of excitement. You see some murky water of confusion. You see it all, but you are no longer swept away by it. You don't try to stop the river or change its course. You don't judge the water for being murky or praise it for being clear. You just watch. With a calm, steady gaze, you realize that you are not the river. You are the witness of the river. This shift in perspective, from being the thought to being the observer of the thought, is the very essence of freedom. This might sound abstract. So how do we begin? The practice begins with the most simple, reliable, and ever-present tool we possess: our own breath. The breath is the perfect anchor to the present moment. You cannot breathe in the past, and you cannot breathe in the future. Your breath is always happening now. The basic instruction is astonishingly simple. Find a comfortable place to sit, close your eyes gently, and bring your full attention to the physical sensation of your breathing. You might focus on the feeling of the air entering and leaving your nostrils, a subtle coolness on the in-breath, a subtle warmth on the out-breath. Or you might rest your attention on the gentle rise and fall of your abdomen or chest. That's it. You are not trying to breathe in a special way. You are not trying to achieve a mystical state. You are simply feeling the raw, physical sensation of being alive. One breath at a time. Now, within a few seconds, something will inevitably happen. The monkey mind will grab your attention and swing away. You will start thinking about your to-do list, or rehashing a conversation, or wondering what to have for dinner. The moment you notice this has happened, and you will notice, is the golden moment. This is the heart of the practice. At that moment, you don't scold yourself. You don't think, I'm a failure. You can't even meditate for 10 seconds. Instead, you gently acknowledge where your mind went. Thinking. And then, with kindness, you guide your attention back to the sensation of the breath. That's one repetition. You will do this 10, 50, 100 times in a single session. The goal is not to have a mind that never wanders. The goal is to get better at noticing when it has wandered and to become more compassionate in the act of returning. Each gentle return is an act of training, a strengthening of the mindfulness muscle. A powerful metaphor to deepen this understanding is that of the sky and the clouds. Think of your fundamental awareness that's silent, knowing part of you as the vast, open, limitless blue sky. It is always there, inherently peaceful and clear. Your thoughts, emotions, and sensations are like the weather. They are the clouds that drift through the sky. Some days, the sky is filled with dark, heavy storm clouds of anger or grief. Other days, it's dotted with light, fluffy white clouds of joy and happiness. Sometimes, a violent lightning storm of panic flashes through, and sometimes, the sky is perfectly clear. As children, we knew we were the sky. We could have a tantrum 1 minute and be laughing the next, because we hadn't yet learned to cling to the weather. As we grow older, we make a terrible mistake. We forget we are the sky and we start believing we are the clouds. When a storm cloud of sadness appears, we say, "I am sad." We contract our whole being around that cloud, becoming small and dark and stormy ourselves. Mindfulness is the practice of remembering that we are the sky. It allows us to feel the weather fully, to acknowledge the rain, to see the lightning, but from the vast, stable perspective of the sky itself. The sky is not afraid of the storm, because it knows the storm will pass. The sky allows the clouds to come and go without resistance, because it knows its own spacious, peaceful nature is never truly harmed by them. This leads to a deeply compassionate way of relating to our most difficult emotions, beautifully encapsulated by the Zen master Thich Nhat Hanh. He taught us to treat our feelings like honored guests, instead of slamming the basement door on our anger or shame. As we discussed before, we can learn to invite them in for a cup of tea. When a wave of sadness arises, you can say to it internally, "Hello, my old friend sadness. I see you are here again. Come, sit with me. I will not push you away. I will breathe with you and keep you company until you are ready to leave." This simple act of acknowledging and accepting the emotion without being consumed by it is transformative. It takes all the energy out of the struggle. When you stop fighting your sadness, it no longer has power over you. You are not its victim. You are its gentle, compassionate host. You are offering your difficult feelings, the one thing they have always craved, your calm, non-judgmental presence. By doing this, you are not only pacifying the emotion, you are cultivating a profound friendship with yourself. This is the foundational skill, the primary tool that makes a journey into solitude not just possible, but deeply healing and illuminating. Mindfulness is not a way to get rid of the monkey. It is a way to stop being bothered by its antics. It is the training that allows you to sit in the quiet room and simply observe the chaos without getting drawn into it. You become the silent observer, the calm center in the midst of your own inner hurricane. You learn that peace is not the absence of noise, but the ability to be at ease with the noise that is there. With this tool in hand, with this newfound ability to be a gentle witness to our own experience. We are finally equipped. We have the key. We are no longer afraid of what lies behind the door to our own inner world. Now, we are ready to take the next step to consciously and deliberately build a sacred space in our lives where we can use this key. A sanctuary where we can practice turning the fear of silence into the joy of discovery. We have now arrived at a pivotal moment in our journey. In the previous chapter, we were introduced to our most essential tool, the gentle, non-judgmental awareness of mindfulness. We discovered that we do not need to vanquish the chattering monkey mind, but can instead learn to become the silent observer, the calm sky that allows the clouds of thought and emotion to pass without disturbance. We hold the key to inner peace in our hands, but a key is useless if we do not have a door to unlock. And a tool is of no value if we do not have a workshop in which to use it. We must now turn from the internal landscape to the external one and face a stark reality. The modern world is fundamentally hostile to silence. It is designed to steal our attention, to fill every empty moment, and to keep us in a state of perpetual, low-grade distraction. To simply hope for moments of solitude to appear is to hope for a tiny sapling to grow in the middle of a stampede. It will be trampled. Therefore, we must become the conscious architects of our own peace. We must intentionally design and construct a sanctuary for ourselves. When we hear the word sanctuary, our minds often leap to romantic and unattainable ideals. We picture a secluded cabin deep in the woods, a silent monastery on a remote mountaintop, or a month-long silent retreat far away from civilization. And because these images feel so far removed from the reality of our demanding lives with jobs, children, and endless responsibilities we give up before we even begin, we conclude that solitude is a luxury reserved for monks and poets, not for ordinary people like us. This is the first and most important illusion we must dismantle. A sanctuary is not a destination you travel to, it is a condition you create. It is not defined by its location, but by its intention. Its value is not measured in square footage, but in the quality of attention you bring to it. Your personal sanctuary can be anywhere. It can be the armchair in the corner of your living room, visited for 10 minutes each morning before the rest of the household awakens. In those 10 minutes, that chair is the most sacred monastery on earth. It can be your parked car in the driveway at the end of the workday, before you walk through the front door and re-engage with the evening's demands. You can give yourself 5 minutes in the driver's seat, engine off, phone silenced, to simply breathe and transition. That car becomes a mobile meditation hall. Your sanctuary could be a specific bench in a nearby park you visit during your lunch break, a spot under a tree that you claim as your own. It could even be the 5 minutes you spend on a yoga mat before bed, or the time spent walking your dog, consciously deciding to leave your headphones at home and listen only to the sounds of the world and your own inner state. You do not need to build a new room onto your house. You simply need to consecrate a small pocket of time and space that already exists. You must claim it, protect it, and honor it as your own. Once you have identified your potential sanctuary, the next step is to elevate it from a simple space to a sacred one through the power of ritual. A ritual is a series of intentional actions that signal to your mind and body that you are shifting from one state of being to another. It is the difference between mindlessly drinking a cup of tea while scrolling on your phone and the Japanese tea ceremony. The tea is the same, but the experience is worlds apart. Creating a simple ritual around your solitude practice makes it powerful and helps to build it as a consistent habit. Your ritual can be incredibly simple. First, you establish a boundary of time. Decide beforehand, I will be here for 10 minutes. Set a gentle timer. This frees you from clock watching and allows you to sink into the experience, trusting that the timer will call you back when it is time. Second, you establish the boundary of space by entering your chosen sanctuary. Third, and this is perhaps the most critical step, you establish a boundary of technology. The smartphone is the primary enemy of solitude. It is not enough to put it on silent. You must turn it to airplane mode. Or better yet, leave it in another room. The mere presence of the phone creates a subtle tension, a subconscious readiness to be interrupted. To create a true sanctuary, the possibility of digital intrusion must be completely eliminated. Finally, you begin with a boundary of intention. As you sit down, you can close your eyes and state a simple intention in your mind. It could be, for these next moments, I am here to be present with myself, or I offer myself this gift of quiet, or simply, I am here. This simple act frames the practice not as a chore, but as an act of self-care and kindness. With your sanctuary and ritual established, the guiding principle must be consistency over duration. Our ambitious, all-or-nothing mindset is often the greatest obstacle to progress. We decide we will meditate for 30 minutes a day, and after failing to do so for 2 consecutive days, we give up entirely. Labeling ourselves as undisciplined, we must abandon this mindset. 5 minutes of intentional solitude every single day is infinitely more powerful and transformative than 1 hour once a month. Think of it like learning to play the piano. Practicing for 10 minutes each day builds muscle memory, neural pathways, and a consistent relationship with the instrument. Cramming for 3 hours on a Saturday will only lead to frustration and sore fingers. The mind is a muscle. The ability to sit in silence and observe your thoughts is a skill. It requires regular, gentle practice. By committing to just 5 or 10 minutes, you remove the barrier to entry. It is almost impossible to argue that you do not have 5 minutes. You are making the practice so accessible that it becomes easy to maintain. And a habit that is maintained is the only one that yields results. The consistency of the practice is what tells your nervous system that it is safe to relax. That this quiet space is a reliable refuge you can return to again and again. Even with the best of intentions, many of us will encounter a powerful internal obstacle, the feeling of guilt. In a culture that worships productivity and glorifies the hustle, taking time to do nothing can feel profoundly selfish. With a mountain of laundry waiting, 100 emails to answer, and a family to care for, stopping to simply sit and breathe can feel like an irresponsible indulgence. This is where we must introduce one of the most practical and powerful parables for the modern world. The story of the woodcutter and his saw. The story goes that a young, strong woodcutter was hired by a timber company. On his first day, he worked with incredible energy, not stopping for a break, and he cut down an impressive 18 trees. His boss congratulated him. Fired up by this success, the young man went out the next day determined to beat his record. But he worked just as hard and only managed to cut down 15 trees. On the third day, he worked even harder, skipping his lunch break entirely. But he only cut down 12 trees. Frustrated and demoralized, he went to his boss and said, "I don't understand. I am working harder than ever, but I am cutting down fewer and fewer trees." The boss, an older and wiser man, looked at him and asked a simple question. "When was the last time you sharpened your saw?" The young man was taken aback. "Sharpen my saw," he said. "I haven't had any time for that. I've been far too busy cutting down trees." The boss simply smiled. We are all that young woodcutter. We are so busy cutting, so busy doing, so busy rushing through our lives that we believe we don't have time to stop. Solitude is not an indulgence. It is not a waste of time. Solitude is the act of sharpening your saw. When you sit in silence, you are honing the edge of your mind. You are sharpening your focus, your clarity, your creativity, your patience, and your compassion. When you emerge from your 10 minutes of quiet, you are not the same person who went in. Your saw is sharper. You return to your tasks with a calmer mind and a more focused energy. You return to your family as a more patient parent, a more present partner. You return to your work as a more insightful and resilient employee. Taking this time for yourself is, therefore, one of the least selfish things you can possibly do. It is an act of service to everyone and everything in your life. You cannot pour from an empty cup. Solitude is how you refill your cup, so that you have more to give, not less. So, we have now laid the practical groundwork. We have learned that a sanctuary is not a place, but a practice. We have seen the power of creating a simple ritual to honor our time of quiet. We have understood that the gentle consistency of a few minutes a day far outweighs grand but infrequent gestures. And we have reframed the purpose of this practice, seeing it not as selfish inaction, but as the essential act of sharpening our spiritual and mental tools. We have built the container. We have constructed the workshop. The space is now ready. We have created a clearing in the dense jungle of our busy lives. And so the next exciting question arises: what begins to grow in this clearing? Once we allow ourselves to be quiet, what remarkable gifts begin to blossom in the fertile ground of our solitude, now that we have become the architects of our own quiet space? Having built a sanctuary and committed to the gentle practice of visiting it, we can begin to explore what grows in this newfound stillness. The first and perhaps most surprising discovery we make is that the silence is not empty at all. It is, in fact, incredibly fertile. It is a generative space, a clearing in the mind where new ideas, fresh perspectives, and long-lost insights can finally take root and grow. We live in a culture that treats the mind like a warehouse, constantly focused on acquiring and storing more information. We are professional consumers of content, news, opinions, data, entertainment, but a mind that is only ever consuming cannot create. It becomes cluttered, noisy, and derivative. Creativity does not arise from more input. It arises from the space between the inputs. It is born when the mind is given the freedom to process, to synthesize, and to make novel connections between the things it already knows. Solitude is the sacred pause that allows this magic to happen. It is the act of shifting from being a mere consumer of the world to becoming a potential creator within it. It is where we cease to simply listen to the voices of others and begin, at last, to hear the whisper of our own muse. For centuries, artists, mystics, and thinkers have known this intuitively. But modern neuroscience is now beginning to map the very brain mechanics that make solitude such a creative superpower. When our brain is actively engaged in a task that requires focused attention, like reading an article, answering an email, or listening to a podcast, a specific set of regions known as the task-positive network is active. This is our doing brain. It is logical, linear, and goal-oriented. However, the moment we stop doing a specific task and allow our minds to wander without a goal, a completely different and profoundly important system lights up. This is called the default mode network, or DMN. You can think of the DMN as the brain's creative engine. It is the part of the brain that is active when we daydream, reminisce about the past, imagine the future, or reflect on our own feelings and the perspectives of others. Its specialty is making surprising connections between seemingly unrelated memories, ideas, and emotions. It is the master of the mental leap, the weaver of disparate threads into a new tapestry of understanding. This is the neurological home of the aha moment, the sudden flash of insight that seems to come from nowhere. The problem is, our modern lives of constant stimulation and distraction keep us perpetually locked in the doing mode of the task-positive network. We are so busy with the foreground that we never allow the rich, associative processing of the background to occur. Every moment of potential downtime is immediately filled by consciously choosing solitude. By giving ourselves permission to do nothing, we are intentionally disengaging the task-oriented brain and allowing the default mode network to come online. We are creating the precise neurological conditions necessary for insight, imagination, and creative problem-solving to occur. This brings us to a concept that our culture treats as a cardinal sin, the state of boredom. We have come to see boredom as a failure, an uncomfortable void that must be instantly filled with a scroll through a social media feed or a new episode of a show. We have become so intolerant of boredom that we have forgotten its profound value. Boredom is not the enemy of creativity. It is its necessary prelude. It is the uncomfortable transition period between the shutting down of the task-focused mind and the full activation of the default mode network. It is the feeling of the mental engine shifting gears. If we can learn to sit with the slight restlessness of boredom, to resist the reflexive urge to reach for a distraction, we allow our mind the space to begin its deep, associative wandering. Boredom is the quiet, fallow field in winter, resting and gathering its nutrients before the explosion of new life in the spring. It is the blank page that patiently waits for the first word. It is the silence into which the muse can finally whisper. By constantly running from boredom, we are constantly running from the very threshold of our own deepest creative potential. Beyond the generation of new ideas for art or work, Solitude allows for an even more fundamental form of creativity, the discovery and articulation of our own authentic voice. We are swimming in a sea of external opinions. From the moment we wake up, we are bombarded with voices telling us what to believe, what to desire, what to fear, and who we should be. The news tells us what is important. Advertising tells us what will make us happy. Social media tells us what a successful life looks like. These voices are loud, confident, and relentless. After years of this constant conditioning, it becomes incredibly difficult to distinguish between our own true thoughts and feelings and the opinions we have simply absorbed from the culture around us. Our own inner voice, the quiet, subtle knowing that is often called intuition, is easily drowned out in this cacophony. It does not shout, it whispers, and you cannot hear a whisper in a thunderstorm. Solitude is the act of stepping out of the storm. It is the creation of an acoustic environment in which that quiet, intuitive voice can finally be heard. In the stillness, we can begin to ask the real questions, forgetting what everyone else says. What do I truly believe, setting aside the trends and expectations? What genuinely brings me joy? What is my unique perspective on the world? Solitude is the laboratory where we can examine our own thoughts without contamination. It is the process of separating our authentic self from the collective noise, allowing us to build a life and make choices that are in true alignment with our own deepest values, not the values of the crowd. The classic story of the Greek mathematician Archimedes serves as the perfect parable for this entire process. Archimedes was given a notoriously difficult task by his king to determine whether a new crown was made of pure gold or if the goldsmith had dishonestly mixed in some cheaper silver. The catch was that he could not damage the crown in any way. Archimedes threw himself at the problem with all the force of his brilliant, logical mind. He spent days in focused effort, trying to calculate, measure, and reason his way to a solution. He was operating entirely within his task-positive network, but he got nowhere. The problem seemed impossible, and he grew increasingly frustrated. Finally, exhausted and stumped, he gave up the focused effort for a while. He decided to take a break and go to the public baths to relax. As he stepped into the tub, his mind no longer wrestling with the problem, he watched as the water level rose and spilled over the side. In that moment of relaxation, his brain shifted into its default mode. Two seemingly unrelated ideas, the crown he had just been thinking about, and the displaced water in front of him suddenly clicked together in a flash of brilliant insight. He realized that the volume of water displaced would be exactly equal to the volume of his own body, and therefore he could measure the crown's volume by submerging it, by comparing its volume to its weight. He could determine its density and thus know if it was pure gold. Overjoyed, he famously leaped out of the bath and ran naked through the streets, shouting, "Eureka, Eureka, I have found it." This story is a timeless illustration of the creative process. Archimedes did not find the solution when he was trying harder, but when he stopped trying altogether, the insight did not come from focused, logical struggle, but from a period of rest, relaxation, and unfocused attention. Solitude, in its many forms, whether a quiet walk, a relaxing bath, or sitting meditation, is our modern equivalent of Archimedes' bathtub. It is the essential period of incubation that allows the scattered pieces of a puzzle to spontaneously arrange themselves into a coherent whole. It allows us to access a different kind of intelligence, a more holistic and intuitive wisdom that our relentlessly busy lives so often deny us. Whether we are trying to solve a complex scientific problem, compose a piece of music, figure out a difficult business strategy, or simply gain a clearer understanding of our own life's path, the principle remains the same. We must first do the work, gather the information, and engage the problem with focus. But then, we must have the wisdom to step away, to enter the sanctuary of solitude, and to trust that in the quiet, generative stillness, the answer will be given the space it needs to be born. Having discovered the fertile, creative ground that lies within our sanctuary of solitude, we now turn our attention to another of its profound gifts. Beyond a space for new ideas to blossom, solitude is also a crucible for emotional mastery. It is the gymnasium of the heart, the safe and quiet laboratory where we learn to understand, navigate, and ultimately befriend the powerful and often turbulent weather of our own emotions. Our inner world is a dynamic climate system. Waves of joy, storms of anger, long seasons of sadness, and sudden flashes of fear are all natural and inevitable parts of the human experience. For most of our lives, we relate to this inner weather in one of two unskilled ways. Either we try to suppress it, acting as a futile dam against a raging river, pretending the storm isn't happening until the floodwaters inevitably break through, or we are completely consumed by it, becoming the storm itself, tossed about by the winds of rage or drowned in a torrent of despair. Solitude, combined with the mindfulness we have been cultivating, offers a third way. It allows us to become the calm, wise meteorologist of our own soul, capable of observing the weather with clarity, understanding its patterns, and navigating its intensity without being destroyed by it. This skill is the very essence of emotional intelligence. The most fundamental gift of this practice is the creation of space between an emotional trigger and our habitual reaction to it. There exists a tiny, almost imperceptible gap when someone criticizes us. That gap is the moment between hearing the words and lashing out in defense, when we feel a surge of anxiety. It is the moment between the initial feeling and compulsively reaching for our phone as a distraction. For most people, this space is so infinitesimally small that it may as well not exist. The stimulus and the reaction become fused into a single, explosive event. This is what is often called an emotional hijack. Our rational mind is momentarily knocked offline, and our primitive, reactive brain takes over. It is in this space of mindless reaction that we say the words we can't take back, send the email we instantly regret, and make choices that deepen our own suffering. The practice of regularly entering solitude and observing our inner state is the most effective method for widening this sacred gap. The quiet and stillness train our nervous system to be less reactive. We become intimately familiar with the first flickerings of an emotion as it arises, allowing us to catch it before it becomes an uncontrollable wildfire. As the psychiatrist and Holocaust survivor Viktor Frankl so wisely observed, Between stimulus and response, there is a space. In that space is our power to choose our response. In our response lies our growth and our freedom. Solitude is the discipline of tending to and expanding that sacred space, transforming us from mindless reactors into conscious responders. Within this newfound space, we can cultivate one of the most powerful and counterintuitive emotional skills, the ability to simply sit with a difficult feeling. Our culture teaches us that negative emotions are problems to be solved. When sadness visits, we are told to cheer up. When we are anxious, we are told to just relax. We treat our emotions like intruders to be immediately ejected from the house of our being. This constant resistance is exhausting and ultimately futile. It is like trying to hold a beach ball underwater. The moment your attention wavers, it shoots up with even greater force. Solitude is the training ground where we learn to stop fighting. When an emotion like anger or grief arises during our quiet time, instead of immediately distracting ourselves or analyzing it, we can practice simply letting it be there. We acknowledge its presence without judgment. Ah, I see you. Anger. Then we bring a gentle curiosity to it. Where does it live in the body? Is it a tightness in the jaw, a burning heat in the chest, a tense knot in the stomach? We observe it as a raw, physical energy, separate from the story our mind is trying to weave around it. By doing this, we learn a profound truth. Emotions are like waves in the ocean. They arise, they build to a crest, and if we don't feed them with more reactive thoughts, they naturally subside. By learning to sit with the wave and ride it out in the safety of our solitude, we realize that we are not the wave. We are the vast, deep ocean that can hold the wave. We discover that we are capable of containing even the most intense emotions without being capsized by them. This practice of quiet observation also leads to a more refined understanding of our emotional landscape, a skill psychologists call emotional granularity. Most of us operate with a very limited emotional vocabulary. We feel good or we feel bad. When we feel bad, we might not distinguish between whether we are disappointed, frustrated, lonely, or ashamed. These are all profoundly different experiences that call for different responses, yet we lump them together under one vague label. Solitude provides the quiet, introspective time needed to pass these feelings with greater precision. It allows us to ask, what is the specific texture of this feeling? Is it the hot sting of embarrassment or the cold weight of regret? The simple act of finding a more accurate word for what we are feeling has a powerful regulating effect. Neuroscientists have shown that when we label an emotion with precision, it dampens the reactivity of the amygdala, the brain's alarm center, and brings the more rational, thoughtful prefrontal cortex online. It is as if naming the monster under the bed robs it of its terrifying, amorphous power. You are moving from a state of being confused and overwhelmed by a feeling to a state of being in a clear relationship with it. This entire process of navigating our inner storms is perfectly captured in a central teaching from the Buddha, the parable of the two arrows. The teaching says that in life, we will all inevitably be struck by a first arrow. This arrow represents the unavoidable pains and hardships of the human condition. We will all experience sickness, the loss of loved ones, financial difficulties, the sting of criticism, or the disappointment of failure. This first arrow is a given. It is the raw, unavoidable pain of life. However, the Buddha taught that our suffering is not caused by the first arrow, but by the second one. The second arrow is the one we shoot at ourselves in reaction to the first. It is the arrow of our mental commentary, our resistance, our story about the pain. After the first arrow of a painful breakup hits, the second arrow is the thought, I will be alone forever. After the first arrow of being laid off from a job strikes, the second arrow is the story, I am a failure. It is the anger, the self-pity, the rumination, the obsessive thinking. This shouldn't have happened. Why me? The first arrow is pain. The second arrow is suffering. And the second arrow is entirely optional. The practice of solitude is the training that teaches us how to feel the sting of the first arrow without immediately reaching into our quiver for the second. When a difficult event happens, we learn to retreat to our sanctuary, to sit with the raw, physical and emotional sensations of the first arrow. We allow ourselves to feel the pure sadness of loss or the sharp pain of rejection, without adding the heavy, complicated layer of mental narrative on top of it. We learn to notice the impulse to shoot the second arrow, the impulse to blame, to catastrophize, to fall into victimhood, and we learn to simply let that impulse be, without acting on it. This does not mean we become unfeeling robots. On the contrary, it allows us to feel our life more fully and authentically. Because we are no longer afraid of the initial pain, we know we can handle the first arrow. It is the self-inflicted poison of the second arrow that we learn to set aside. This is a skill of immense power. It allows us to move through the inevitable challenges of life with a newfound grace, resilience, and wisdom. Thus, our sanctuary becomes more than just a place of creative insight. It becomes a dojo for the heart. It is where we build the core strength needed to face life's challenges with equanimity. We learn to widen the space between trigger and reaction. We develop the courage to sit with our most difficult feelings. We refine our ability to understand and name our inner experience. And we learn the profound art of letting life be painful without making it an occasion for suffering. We become skilled navigators of our own inner world, having developed this deep and compassionate understanding of our own emotional life. A new, even more fundamental question arises. If we can observe our thoughts and emotions with such clarity, who, then, is the one who is doing the observing? This deeper level of self-inquiry leads us directly to the next stage of our journey, the adventure of truly meeting ourselves. We have journeyed through the realms of creativity and emotional intelligence, discovering how solitude can sharpen our minds and soothe our hearts. We now arrive at the very center of the labyrinth, the most intimate and perhaps most important destination of our inner travels, the meeting with the self. There is a strange and poignant paradox at the heart of the human condition. We are with ourselves every single moment of every single day, from birth until death. Yet we are often complete strangers to our own inner worlds. We may know the intricate plot lines of a television series, the career history of a favorite actor, or the daily struggles of our friends in meticulous detail. But when it comes to the landscape of our own soul, we are often tourists with no map. We are not sure what we truly value, what our deepest motivations are, or what core beliefs silently govern our choices. We live with a familiar stranger. Solitude is the first real opportunity we have to sit down with this person, to get properly acquainted, and to begin the most important conversation of our lives. For most of our waking hours, we exist as a collection of roles. We are the diligent employee, the caring parent, the witty friend, the responsible child, the informed citizen. We wear these masks and costumes as we move through the different scenes of our lives. These roles are not necessarily false. They are functional and often necessary aspects of social living, but they are not the entirety of who we are. They are a curated performance, a specific facet of our being that we present to the world. The danger is that we can become so identified with our roles that we forget who we are when the costume comes off. We know who we are in relation to our boss, our children, or our friends. But who are we in relation to ourselves? Solitude is the sacred dressing room of the soul. It is the one place where we are invited to take off all the masks. Here, you are not a manager, a mother, or a son. You are not defined by your productivity, your usefulness to others, or your social standing. You are simply and profoundly you. At first, this can be a disorienting, even frightening experience. When the roles fall away, we may feel naked and undefined. We may look in the mirror and not recognize the person staring back. But this initial discomfort is the necessary prerequisite for authentic self-discovery. We must be willing to meet the stranger before we can know them as a friend. This meeting is not a passive event. It is an active process of gentle and courageous self-inquiry. The quiet container of solitude provides the perfect laboratory for this investigation. With the noise of the world turned down, we can begin to ask ourselves the fundamental questions we so often avoid. We can begin with our values, beyond what our parents, our culture, and advertising tell us we should want. What do we, in the quietest part of our heart, truly value? Is it security or freedom? Is it achievement or connection? Is it adventure or peace? Solitude allows us to hold these questions without needing an immediate answer, letting our true priorities slowly rise to the surface. From values, we can move to our deepest desires and fears. What are the longings that persist beneath our surface-level wants? What are the bedrock fears that secretly drive so many of our decisions? The fear of failure, the fear of rejection, the fear of insignificance. Simply seeing these hidden drivers with clarity is a revolutionary act. It allows us to move from being unconsciously controlled by them to consciously engaging with them. Perhaps most profoundly, solitude is the space where we can examine the core narratives we tell ourselves about our lives. Each of us has a personal mythology, a story in which we are the main character. In your story, are you the perpetual victim to whom life is always unfair? Are you the conquering hero, destined for greatness? Are you the unsung martyr, sacrificing for everyone else? Are you the flawed underdog, always fighting from behind? These stories are incredibly powerful. They shape our perception of reality and dictate our responses to life's events. In the stillness of solitude, we can become the conscious editors of our own autobiography. We can ask, is this story I'm telling myself actually true? Is it serving me? Is it empowering me? Or is it keeping me trapped? We may discover that a story we've held for decades is no longer valid, and that we have the power to write a new, more expansive, and more compassionate chapter for ourselves. There is a timeless Zen story that perfectly illustrates this journey of turning our search inward. It is the story of a man who spends his entire life in a desperate, globe-spanning search for a priceless jewel. He is told that this jewel holds the key to ultimate happiness and fulfillment. And so, he leaves his humble home and embarks on an epic quest. He climbs the highest mountains, crosses the most arid deserts, and navigates the most chaotic cities, always seeking this external treasure. He endures immense hardship, grows old and weary, but the jewel remains elusive. Finally, defeated and heartbroken, he gives up the search and undertakes the long journey back to the simple hut he abandoned decades earlier. As he steps into his dusty, dilapidated home, a single ray of sunlight pierces the gloom and illuminates the tattered old coat he had left hanging on a peg. A glint of light catches his eye. He moves closer, and with trembling hands, he feels a hard lump sewn into the coat's lining. He carefully rips the seam, and there, in the palm of his hand, lies the magnificent, priceless jewel, radiating a light more brilliant than he had ever imagined. It had been with him the entire time. He possessed the treasure from the very beginning, but he could not see it because he was convinced it had to be found somewhere out there. We are all this man. We search for our sense of self, for our worth, for our happiness, in external things, in our career achievements, in the approval of our romantic partners, in our social status, in the accumulation of wealth. Solitude is the act of ending the frantic outward search and finally making the journey home. It is the practice of turning the light of our awareness inward, not outward. It is in this quiet homecoming that we make the most stunning discovery of all, that the jewel of our own intrinsic worth, our own wholeness, our own innate peace and wisdom has been with us all along. It is not something that needs to be earned, acquired, or achieved. It needs only to be uncovered. This process of uncovering is, in essence, the process of cultivating a deep and loving friendship with oneself. Think about the qualities of a true friend. A true friend listens to your troubles with a compassionate ear, without immediately jumping in to fix you or judge you. In Solitude, we learn to offer this same quality of compassionate listening to our own inner pain. A true friend forgives your mistakes and does not hold them against you forever. In the quiet, we can begin to practice a radical self-forgiveness, letting go of the heavy burden of past failings and releasing ourselves from the prison of perfectionism. A true friend believes in you and encourages you, especially when you are filled with self-doubt. By examining and rewriting our inner narratives, we learn how to become our own source of encouragement and validation, cultivating an inner ally instead of an inner critic. The relationship with the self is transformed from one of adversarial conflict or neglect to one of unwavering, compassionate friendship. Thus, the sanctuary of solitude becomes the sacred meeting ground where we can finally get to know the person we have spent our entire lives with. It is where we strip away the roles and masks, where we courageously inquire into our deepest truths, and where we learn to offer ourselves the same kindness and acceptance we would offer a beloved friend. It is a profound homecoming, yet this very process of looking ever more closely at this self we are befriending leads to an even more startling, radical, and ultimately liberating discovery. As we observe this self with the focused lens of mindfulness, we begin to question its very substance. Is this self that we are getting to know a solid, separate, and permanent entity, or is it something far more mysterious, more fluid, and more interconnected than we ever imagined? This question marks the threshold of an even deeper understanding, and it is the doorway into the next part of our exploration, having journeyed inward to meet the familiar stranger we call the self. Having learned to listen to its stories and befriend its complexities, our investigation now deepens. The sanctuary of solitude, empowered by the lens of mindfulness, allows us to move from a friendly conversation to a radical inquiry. It is like a scientist who, after observing a cell through a standard magnifying glass, now places it under a high-powered electron microscope. From a distance, the cell appears to be a single, solid entity, but up close, it reveals itself to be a bustling, dynamic ecosystem of smaller, interdependent parts, all in a constant state of flux. We are now going to turn this microscope of focused awareness onto the very thing we call I. What is this self? Really, when you say, "I am happy," or "I think," who is this I that is the subject of the sentence? Where is it located? What is it made of in the quiet of deep solitude? We can begin a gentle deconstruction, taking apart the mechanism of the self to see how it truly works. We can begin with the most obvious candidate for what we are, our physical body. It seems simple enough. This body is me. But is it? The body you have today is not the same body you had 7 years ago. Or as a child, its cells are constantly dying and being replaced. It is subject to aging, sickness, and inevitable decay. It is a process, not a permanent thing. If your self were truly your body, it would be a different self from moment to moment. So, the stable, continuous I we feel ourselves to be cannot be found solely in this ever-changing collection of flesh and bone. Very well. Perhaps the self is our feelings and emotions. I am my joy, my sadness, my anger. This feels closer to the truth, as feelings are so personal. But as we learned in our emotional navigation, feelings are like the weather. They are fleeting visitors, clouds passing through the sky of our awareness. Happiness arises, stays for a while, and then vanishes. Sadness comes, casts its shadow, and it too eventually passes. If I were my happiness, where would I go during moments of grief? If we are our feelings, then our self would be flickering in and out of existence constantly. So, the self cannot be found in this transient stream of emotions. What about our thoughts, our beliefs, our opinions? Surely, this is the core of who we are. I think, therefore I am. This is the part we cling to most tightly. Our intellect, our personality, our worldview. Yet, In our mindfulness practice, we have made a crucial discovery. We have learned to sit on the riverbank and watch the stream of thoughts go by. This immediately begs the question: if we can observe our thoughts, how can we be our thoughts? There must be a watcher, separate from that which is being watched. Thoughts arise in the mind unbidden and then disappear. Our opinions change. We learn new things. We discard old beliefs. If you are your thoughts, who is the one that is aware of the thinking, the self? It seems cannot be a thought, because it is the very space in which all thoughts appear. This is a startling investigation. We have looked for the self in the body, in our feelings, and in our thoughts, and we cannot find a solid, permanent, independent entity to label as I. What we find instead is a process, a dynamic and interconnected flow of experiences. We find physical sensations, emotions, memories, and thoughts arising and passing away in a seamless, interdependent dance. The self is not a thing, but a verb. It is a process of selfing. Our brain, for very good evolutionary reasons, creates a powerful and convincing illusion of a single, stable CEO sitting in the corner office of our head, directing the show. It gives us a sense of continuity and makes it easier to navigate the world. But when we use the deep introspection of solitude to go looking for this CEO, the office is empty. All we find are the various departments' sensation, emotion, thought, all working together without a central, independent boss. This insight is captured perfectly in a famous Zen parable, the story of the empty boat. A man is enjoying the deep peace and quiet of rowing his boat across a misty lake at dawn. He is completely absorbed in the beauty of the moment. Suddenly, with a loud thud, another boat crashes into his, jolting him violently. A surge of rage fills him. He stands up and begins screaming at the top of his lungs, hurling insults at the careless person in the other boat who has so rudely shattered his peace. He is ready for a confrontation, but as he shouts, a gust of wind clears the mist, and he sees the other boat clearly for the first time. It is empty. It had simply come untied from the shore and drifted silently into his path. In that instant, all of his anger completely vanishes. It evaporates into the morning mist. There was no one to be angry at. The target for his rage was an illusion. The story then poses a profound question. What if all the boats that bump into us in life are empty? The person who insults you, the driver who cuts you off in traffic, the colleague who undermines you. What if their actions are not originating from a solid, malicious self who has intentionally decided to harm you? What if their boat is simply empty, unmoored, and adrift on the unseen currents of their own fear, their own pain, their own conditioning? This insight immediately brings a great sense of peace and forgiveness towards others. But the parable has an even deeper, more radical layer. What if our own boat is also empty? What if the I who got so angry is just as empty as the boat that bumped into it? What if that surge of rage was not a conscious choice made by a central CEO named me, but was simply an impersonal, conditioned reaction, a pattern of thought and sensation that arose automatically from past experiences? The I who felt insulted and the you who did the insulting are both empty boats, adrift on the same vast lake of existence, bumping into each other in the mist. At first, this idea of no self, or anatta as it is called in the Buddhist tradition, can sound terrifying or nihilistic. Does it mean I don't exist? Does it mean that nothing matters? But this is a misunderstanding. It is not a denial of your existence. It is a profound redescription of it. And far from being depressing, it is the ultimate liberation, the solid, separate self that we cling to so dearly. This ego is the primary source of our suffering. The ego is fragile. It needs to be constantly defended. It needs to be right, to feel important, to win arguments, to look good in the eyes of others. It lives in a constant state of low-grade fear, fear of being insulted, fear of failing, fear of being overlooked. It is an endless, exhausting job to maintain and protect this imaginary self. The insight of no self allows you to resign from this impossible job. When you realize there is no solid self to defend, you stop taking everything so personally. An insult is no longer a personal attack on me. It is just sound waves in the air. Coming from another empty boat, a failure is no longer a devastating verdict on my inherent worth. It is simply an event that occurred, a lesson to be learned. You are freed from the heavy, crushing burden of your own self-importance. Paradoxically, letting go of the idea of a separate self does not lead to a feeling of alienation, but to a profound sense of connection. The imaginary walls of the ego, which create the illusion that you are in here and the rest of the world is out there, begin to dissolve. You see that you are not a separate noun, but an active verb, completely interwoven with the fabric of existence. Your breath is interwoven with the air and the trees. Your body is interwoven with the food you eat and the earth it came from. Your thoughts are interwoven with the language and culture you were raised in. The sense of a small, isolated self gives way to the experience of being a wave in a vast, single ocean. The wave has its own temporary form and character, but its fundamental nature is water, inseparable from the ocean itself. This is not the loss of self, but the expansion of self to include everything. So, our deep dive into the sanctuary of solitude has led us to a startling place. We began by seeking to know the self, and we have ended by seeing through the illusion of the self. We have seen that what we thought was a solid statue is actually a flowing river. This is not a philosophy to be simply believed, but an insight to be experienced directly in the quiet, observant space of our own minds. And this profound realization of emptiness does not lead to a cold, meaningless existence. On the contrary, by clearing away the thorny, defensive fortress of the ego, it prepares the ground for the most beautiful and connective human qualities to grow. It is the foundation upon which true, fearless compassion and genuine connection can be built. We have descended into the deepest chamber of our sanctuary, the quietest room of the self, only to make a startling discovery: the room is empty. The solid, separate self we sought to understand has revealed itself to be a fluid, interconnected process. An empty boat adrift on the vast lake of existence. This insight of no self, or anatta, can at first feel like a loss, a pulling of the rug from under our very feet. If there is no me, what is the point? Does this lead to a cold, disconnected nihilism? The profound and beautiful truth is precisely the opposite. The dissolution of the ego's fortress is not the end of connection, it is the beginning of it. The imaginary walls that separated me from you were never a source of protection. They were a prison that prevented true intimacy. It is only when we realize the emptiness of our own boat that we can finally learn to navigate the waters of human relationship with grace, courage, and authentic love. Solitude, therefore, is not an escape from others. It is the most rigorous and essential training we can undertake to learn how to truly be with others. Let us first examine the architecture of a typical relationship that is built upon the foundation of a needy ego. When we feel an inner lack, a deep-seated loneliness, or a sense of incompletion, we approach others not as fellow human beings to be discovered, but as resources to be acquired. We are looking for someone to fill our void. We want them to validate our existence, to soothe our anxieties, to make us feel whole. The relationship becomes a subtle, and sometimes not so subtle, transaction. I will give you my company if you will give me your approval. I will meet your needs if you will distract me from my own emptiness. In this dynamic, the other person is not truly seen. They become a mirror in which we hope to see a more flattering reflection of ourselves. We are not in a relationship with them, but with the role we need them to play in the drama of our own lives. This kind of connection is inherently fragile, built upon the shifting sands of need and expectation. The moment the other person fails to meet our unspoken demands, the moment they cease to properly fill our void, we feel resentment, disappointment, and betrayal. Now, contrast this with the connection that is born from a state of inner fullness, a state cultivated in the quiet sanctuary of solitude. When you have learned to sit with your own loneliness and discover it is not a threat, when you have found a source of peace and validation within yourself, you are no longer a hungry ghost seeking sustenance from others. You approach a new relationship not as a beggar with an empty bowl, but as a host with a feast to share. You do not need anything from the other person. This lack of need is the very definition of freedom, and it allows you to offer them the most precious gift of all, the space to be exactly who they are. You can be genuinely curious about their inner world because you are not constantly trying to fit them into a pre-existing role in yours. You are free to love them for who they are, not for what they can do for you. This is the difference between a connection based on consumption and a connection based on communion. It is the difference between two halves trying to make a whole and two wholes choosing to create something even greater together. This shift from neediness to fullness profoundly transforms our ability to communicate, especially our capacity for listening. When the ego is in charge, a conversation is rarely a true exchange. While the other person is speaking, we are not really listening. Our monkey mind is busy. It is formulating a rebuttal, waiting for a pause to interject our own story, filtering their words through our own biases, or analyzing how their experience confirms or contradicts our worldview. The ego is always on guard, looking for an opportunity to assert itself, to be right, to be interesting, to be the center of attention. true listening is impossible under these conditions. The practice of solitude, of patiently observing our own inner chatter without judgment, is a direct training in how to quiet this self-centered narrator. As the desperate need to defend and promote the ego subsides, we can offer another person the rare and healing gift of our spacious, non-reactive presence. We can listen not just with our ears, but with our entire being. We hear the words, but we also sense the emotions behind them. We perceive the subtle hesitations, the unspoken fears, the quiet longings. This is deep listening. It is an act of pure presence that says to another person, without words, I see you, I hear you, you are safe here. This kind of listening is one of the most powerful forms of love. This ability to be truly present for another person is the natural outgrowth of a deeper quality that blossoms in solitude, genuine compassion. In our quiet practice, we have courageously faced the full spectrum of our own humanity. We have sat with our own irrational fears, our moments of pettiness, our shame, our grief, our confusion. We have looked into the dark corners of our own hearts, not with condemnation, but with the gentle light of mindful awareness. This intimate, first-hand knowledge of our own suffering is the fertile ground from which all true compassion grows. When we see another person acting out in anger, arrogance, or fear, our first reaction is no longer judgment. We recognize the pattern. We have seen that same storm cloud of anger in our own sky. We have felt that same cold knot of fear in our own stomach. We recognize their suffering because we have become intimately acquainted with our own. We see that their lashing out is not coming from a place of malice, but from the desperate thrashing of an empty boat caught in the unseen currents of its own pain. Our perspective shifts from "what is wrong with you" to "I see that you are hurting." This is the birth of karuna, the Buddhist ideal of compassion. It is not pity, which looks down from a place of superiority. It is empathy born from a deep and resonant understanding of our shared human condition. This leads us to the great and beautiful paradox of our journey. By learning to be truly, happily alone, we become capable of the deepest and most authentic connection. We had to retreat from the world to learn how to fully return to it. We had to embrace solitude to understand solidarity. There is a powerful figure in Mahayana Buddhism who embodies this entire principle, the Bodhisattva Avalokiteshvara, whose name can be translated as the one who perceives the cries of the world. Avalokiteshvara is the ultimate expression of compassion, depicted with 1,000 arms, each one reaching out to help a being in need. The profound teaching behind this imagery is that Avalokiteshvara can hear every single cry of suffering in the entire universe with perfect clarity. For one reason, their own inner world is completely silent. Their mind is empty of the static of a separate self. There is no ego, no personal agenda, no I to get in the way. Because their own boat is perfectly still and empty, they can feel the ripple of every other boat on the lake. They have become a perfect vessel, a clear and open channel that can receive the reality of others without distortion. This is the ultimate potential of our practice. The more we empty ourselves of our own self-importance in the sanctuary of solitude, the greater our capacity becomes to be truly present for and of service to the world. Our solitude is not a turning away from the cries of the world. It is the very training that allows us to finally hear them clearly and to respond with wisdom, courage, and an open heart, having explored the profound connections that arise from an empty self. We now turn our attention to how this new way of being changes our relationship with the very substance of our lives, our experiences, memories, hopes, and possessions. Most of us move through the world with a clenched fist. Unconsciously, we are tightly grasping onto a multitude of things we believe are essential to our identity and happiness. We cling to past hurts, nursing old grievances like bitter treasures. We cling to past glories, endlessly replaying moments of triumph to reassure ourselves of our worth. We cling to our hopes for the future, building rigid blueprints for how life must unfold. We cling to our relationships, our reputations, our opinions, and our material things. We believe this tight grip gives us security, that it keeps our world in order. But if we were to stop and look closely, we would see that this clenched fist is a source of immense tension, anxiety, and exhaustion. It takes a tremendous amount of energy to hold on so tightly. The sanctuary of solitude is the quiet space where the world stops shaking for a moment, allowing us to finally notice the ache in our own hand. It is the training ground where we can learn finger be painful finger, the gentle and liberating art of letting go. In the stillness of our practice, with fewer external dramas to occupy our attention, the objects of our attachment become remarkably clear. The ghosts that haunt the quiet rooms of our mind begin to show themselves. We see, with startling clarity, how we are still carrying the weight of an unkind remark made years ago, how it still has the power to cause a pang of shame. We observe the mind as it compulsively replays a past failure, a missed opportunity, a moment of embarrassment. Each replay a fresh application of salt to an old wound. We also see our attachments to the future. We can feel the physical tension in our bodies as we cling to a specific desired outcome, a promotion at work, the success of our children, the hope for a perfect relationship. We witness the anxiety that arises when reality shows signs of deviating from our meticulously crafted plans. We see our attachment to our identity, how we defend the idea of ourselves as a smart person or a kind person, and how deeply we are stung by anything that challenges this image. In the silence, the sheer weight of all this clinging becomes palpable. We see that we are not free, but are instead burdened by the very things we are holding onto for security. It is here that we can understand one of the most fundamental teachings on human suffering, the principle that attachment itself is the root of our discontent. The problem is not the events of our lives, but our desperate clinging to them. A powerful metaphor to illustrate this is that of holding a hot coal. Imagine someone offers you what appears to be a beautiful, precious stone. You eagerly take it and clench it in your fist. But it is not a stone, it is a burning piece of charcoal. It sears your palm, causing you immediate and excruciating pain. Now, the initial pain came from touching the coal, but the ongoing, agonizing suffering does not come from the coal itself. It comes from your own refusal to open your hand. As long as you keep grasping it, convincing yourself that it is valuable or that you cannot possibly let it go, you will continue to suffer. The solution is simple. though not always easy. Just open your hand. The pain is not inflicted by the world. It is inflicted by our own grasping. A painful memory is a hot coal. Ruminating on it for hours, days, or years is the act of continuing to clutch it. An old resentment towards someone who wronged you is a hot coal. Refusing to forgive is the act of holding that burning ember against your own heart. An obsessive desire for a future that may never come is a hot coal, burning you with anxiety and dissatisfaction in the present. In Solitude, we get to see this mechanism with painful clarity. We see that we are the source of so much of our own ongoing suffering, simply through our refusal to open our hand. How, then, does solitude train us in the art of letting go? It does not happen through force. You cannot will yourself to let go, because that act of forceful pushing away is just another form of struggle, another kind of tension. True letting go is not an act of will, but an act of wisdom. It happens naturally when we see the situation clearly. In our quiet, mindful state, we first learn to observe our attachments without judgment. When the familiar anger towards a family member arises, we can watch it as a mental event, a cloud passing through the sky, without immediately identifying with it and becoming an angry person. We create a space between ourselves and the attachment. Secondly, in the stillness, we begin to perceive the profound truth of impermanence, or anicca. More deeply, we see that everything is in a state of constant flow. Thoughts arise and vanish. Feelings come and go. Our bodies change. Situations evolve. Clinging to any one thing in this constantly flowing river is a futile and exhausting battle. It is like trying to grab hold of the water itself. When you truly see, not just intellectually but on a deep, intuitive level, that the object of your clinging is inherently impermanent, your grip naturally begins to loosen. Why waste so much energy holding onto a cloud? The letting go, then, is a relaxation, a release. It is what happens when you finally recognize the hot coal for what it is, and you simply, wisely, open your hand. This entire dynamic is captured perfectly in the beloved Zen story of the two monks and the woman. Two monks, one senior and one junior, were on a long pilgrimage. They followed a code of strict monastic vows, one of which was to have no physical contact with women. After walking for many miles, they came to a wide river with a swift current. On the riverbank stood a beautiful young woman, dressed in fine silks, who was clearly afraid to cross on her own without a word. The senior monk walked up to her, lifted her onto his shoulders, waded through the powerful current to the other side, and gently set her down. She thanked him profusely, and the two monks continued on their journey. The junior monk, however, was in turmoil. He was scandalized. For the next several hours, he walked in agitated silence, his mind a raging storm of judgment and resentment. How could he do that, he thought? He is our senior, yet he so blatantly broke one of our most sacred vows. What disrespect, what impurity. He replayed the scene over and over, fanning the flames of his indignation. Finally, as evening approached, he could bear it no longer. He burst out at his companion. "Brother, I cannot stay silent. I must ask you, how could you have done that back at the river? You know our vows forbid us from touching a woman. Yet you lifted her up and carried her in your arms." The senior monk looked at the junior monk with a calm, gentle expression. He replied softly, "Brother, I left that woman by the riverbank hours ago. Why are you still carrying her?" This story brilliantly illustrates the nature of our suffering. The senior monk performed an action in the present moment to meet the need of that moment, and then he let it go completely. His mind was free. The junior monk, on the other hand, did not touch the woman, but he clung to the idea of her, to the memory, to the judgment, to the story. He was carrying her in his mind for miles and miles, and this mental burden was the source of all his agitation. We are all, in so many ways, the junior monk. We carry our past hurts, our resentments, our worries, and our arguments with us long after the actual events have passed. We allow them to poison our present moment. The practice of solitude is the opportunity to stop, to look inside, and to notice what we are still carrying. It is the moment we can ask ourselves, with the same gentle wisdom as the senior monk, "This event happened yesterday. This insult was delivered last week. This loss occurred last year. Why am I still carrying it now?" And so, the quiet sanctuary we have built becomes a furnace of purification. The steady flame of our awareness heats the raw ore of our experiences, allowing the heavy dross of our attachments to be burned away, leaving behind the pure, unburdened metal of our true nature. It is here that we learn to open the clenched fist of the mind by letting go of the ghosts of the past and releasing our anxious grip on the future. We are not left empty-handed. On the contrary, for the first time, our hands are open and available to receive the one and only thing that is ever truly offered to us, the profound and precious gift of the present moment. Having practiced the art of opening our clenched fist, having learned to gently release our grip on the burdens of the past and our anxieties about the future, we are not left in a state of empty nihilism. Instead, we find ourselves standing on the threshold of a new and vibrant reality, a reality that was here all along, but was obscured by the fog of our own preoccupied minds. This reality is the present moment. Think of the present moment as a precious gift, delivered to your doorstep every single second of your life. But for most of us, our hands are too full to receive it. They are either clutching the dusty relics of yesterday or anxiously reaching for the promised packages of tomorrow. Our minds are so busy cataloging past deliveries and worrying about future shipments that we fail to even notice the gift that is sitting right in front of us, waiting to be unwrapped. The practice of solitude, which teaches us the art of letting go, is what finally frees our hands. It quiets the mind enough for us to see the gift, to pick it up, and to finally, with a sense of wonder and curiosity, begin to open it. To fully appreciate this gift, we must first understand the default state of our untrained minds. The mind is a natural-born time traveler. Left to its own devices, it will compulsively flee the now, which it often finds mundane or uncomfortable. It escapes into the past through the well-worn corridors of memory, endlessly ruminating on old regrets, relitigating past arguments, or basking in the fading glow of nostalgia. It escapes into the future through the vast, imaginary landscapes of planning, worrying, fantasizing, and anticipating. The present moment is treated merely as an inconvenient stepping stone, a dull moment to be endured on the way to a more exciting future, or a disappointing outcome when compared to a more glorious past. We live our lives almost entirely within the phantom worlds of memory and imagination, becoming ghosts in the actual, unfolding reality of our own existence. The practices we have been exploring are, at their core, a rigorous training in learning how to come home to the present. The breath, as we have discovered, is our most faithful anchor. It is not a concept or a memory. It is a visceral, physical reality happening only in this moment. Every time we notice our mind has wandered into the past or future, and we gently guide it back to the sensation of our breathing, we are performing a sacred act of return. We are training the mind to stay. Similarly, when we sit in solitude and bring our attention to the raw data of our senses, we are grounding ourselves in the what is. We notice the solid feeling of the chair supporting our body, the precise temperature of the air on our skin, the distant, specific sound of a passing car. We are intentionally shifting our focus from thinking about life to directly experiencing life. We move from the world of abstract concepts to the vibrant, high-definition reality of direct sensory input. It is in this shift that a remarkable transformation occurs. Our senses awaken as if from a long slumber, when the mind is no longer draining all our energy by running its constant internal monologue. That energy becomes available to our sensory gateways. The world, which had seemed dull and grey when viewed through the filter of our thoughts, suddenly reveals its inherent vividness. A simple cup of tea is no longer a mundane habit to be consumed while planning the day. It becomes a universe of rich experience. We notice the satisfying weight and warmth of the mug in our hands. We watch the delicate dance of the steam rising into the air. We inhale its complex aroma before we even take a sip. And when we do, we can actually taste the subtle notes of its flavor on our tongue. The experience is no longer drinking tea. It is a moment of full, sensual communion. A walk in nature is no longer just a form of exercise, a means to an end. It becomes an immersion in wonder. We see the impossibly intricate lattice work of veins on a single leaf. We feel the exact texture of the breeze as it moves across our cheek. We notice the dozens of different shades of green in the trees and the true, breathtaking depth of the blue in the sky. The beauty was always there. The richness was always present. It was not the world that was dull. It was our attention that was occupied elsewhere. Solitude, by quieting the mind, cleans the windows of our perception, allowing the brilliant light of ordinary reality to finally shine through. This power of the present moment to define our reality is perfectly illustrated in a classic Zen story about a great samurai general and a humble Zen master. The general, a man of immense power and pride, strode into the master's temple and boomed, "Old man, I want you to teach me about heaven and hell." The Zen master, who was quietly meditating, opened his eyes and looked at the general with an expression of utter contempt. "Teach you," he scoffed. "Look at you. You are a crude, arrogant waif. Your face is ugly and your sword is rusty. You are a disgrace to the entire samurai class. I wouldn't waste a single breath on a fool like you." The general was instantly consumed by a white-hot rage. His face turned crimson. The veins in his neck bulged, and with a furious roar, he drew his sword and raised it high, ready to strike the master down. In that precise moment, as the sword was at the apex of its arc, the Zen master looked up calmly and said, "That is hell." The general, being a man of great discipline despite his temper, froze. He understood instantly. The master had not spoken of some distant, fiery underworld. He had shown him hell as a real, present moment experience, a state created entirely by his own uncontrolled anger. The general's rage instantly vanished, replaced by a wave of awe and gratitude. He lowered his sword, put it back in its sheath, and bowed deeply in respect. As he bowed, the Zen master smiled gently and said, "And that is heaven." This story reveals a profound truth. Heaven and hell are not future destinations we earn with our good or bad deeds. They are states of mind, choices that are available to us in every single moment. When our mind is lost in a storm of anger, resentment, or obsessive worry, we are in hell. Right here and now, when our mind is calm, present, open, and filled with gratitude, we are in heaven. Right here and now, the practice of solitude is the practice of learning how to consciously choose heaven over hell. Moment by moment by moment, it is the training that gives us the clarity to see when we are creating our own hell, and the wisdom to sheathe the sword of our reactivity and bow to the reality of the present. This represents a radical shift away from our culture's deep-seated obsession with doing. We are taught from a young age that our value is determined by our productivity, our accomplishments, our ability to achieve the next goal. This relentless forward momentum keeps us forever focused on the future, treating the present as something to be rushed through. Solitude cultivates the forgotten and sacred art of simply being. It is a revolutionary act of non-doing. In these moments of stillness, we discover a sense of worth that is not conditional upon our output. It is inherent. It is our birthright. This state of conscious being is where true rest is found, not the numbing escape of distraction, but a deep, cellular restoration that recharges the very core of our soul. We stop striving and we simply allow ourselves to exist, to be held by the moment, just as we are. And so, the great gift of the present moment is finally unwrapped. By courageously letting go of our attachments to what was and what might be, we arrive fully in the only time there is now. We find that this now is not empty or boring, but is instead vibrant, endlessly detailed, and shimmering with a quiet beauty we never noticed before. We discover that the most ordinary aspects of our lives, a cup of tea, a walk in the park, our own breathing, are filled with an extraordinary richness when met with our full, undivided presence. We learn that peace is not a destination to be reached after a long and arduous journey, but a way of being that we can choose in this very instant. This newfound presence, this deep inner peace, does more than just make us feel good. It makes us strong. It forges within us a quiet, unshakable resilience. that becomes the foundation upon which we can face all of life's inevitable storms. Having discovered the vibrant, rich, and meaningful world of the present moment, we might be tempted to believe that our journey is about creating a perpetual state of bliss. But life, in its infinite complexity, is not always a serene and beautiful landscape. The clear skies of our pleasant moments will inevitably give way to storms. The winds of change will blow, the rains of loss will fall, and the thunder of conflict will echo through our lives. This is not a failure of our practice. It is simply the nature of existence. In the face of these inevitable storms, many people seek shelter in external things. They build their houses of security out of wealth, status, prize, or relationships. But these shelters are precarious. They can be washed away in an instant by a market crash, a change in public opinion, or the simple, unstoppable passage of time. The practice of solitude offers a different kind of refuge. It does not teach us to build a better shelter outside of ourselves, but to excavate a storm cellar within our own being. It is the art of cultivating an inner sanctuary of such profound stability that it remains unshaken. No matter how fiercely the tempests of the world may rage, this is the art of building resilience. A powerful way to understand this is to imagine two trees. The first is a young, fast-growing tree with a shallow root system. In the calm, sunny weather, it looks vibrant and strong. Its leaves are green. Its branches reach for the sky. But because its roots have not penetrated deep into the earth, its stability is entirely dependent on the weather. The moment a strong wind comes, it is tossed about violently. Its trunk groans under the pressure, and it is in constant danger of being completely uprooted. This tree is like a person whose sense of well-being is dependent on external conditions. They feel stable and confident when they are receiving praise, when their career is going well, and when life is unfolding according to their plans. But at the first sign of criticism, failure, or uncertainty, their inner world is thrown into chaos. They have no deep anchor to hold them steady. Now, imagine a different tree, an ancient oak, standing alone in a field. It has weathered 1,000 storms. Its trunk is thick and gnarled. Its branches may be twisted, but it stands with an unshakable presence. Its strength does not come from its rigidity. It sways and yields to the wind, but from its vast, unseen root system, which plunges deep into the earth, drawing stability and nourishment from a source the storm cannot touch. The practice of solitude is the process of growing these deep inner roots, each session of quiet presence. Each moment we courageously sit with our own discomfort. Each time we compassionately observe our own inner world, we are sending a root deeper into the soil of our own being. We are grounding ourselves not in the fleeting weather of our circumstances, but in the timeless, stable ground of our own awareness. We are becoming the ancient oak. One of the most profound ways that solitude builds this strength is by teaching us to distinguish between what we can control and what we cannot. A vast portion of human anxiety and frustration comes from a single, futile effort, the attempt to control the uncontrollable. We desperately try to control what other people think of us, the decisions our loved ones make, the fluctuations of the economy, the outcome of future events. This is like a sailor trying to control the wind and the tides. It is an exhausting and unwinnable battle against reality itself, a recipe for perpetual disappointment. In the quiet laboratory of solitude, we begin to see this mechanism with stunning clarity. We observe our own mind as it spins out elaborate strategies to manage and manipulate the world. We feel the tension and anxiety that this grasping for control creates in our bodies. At the same time, we become more and more intimate with the one and only domain where we have true influence, the quality of our own mind, and the nature of our response. We realize we cannot control the storm, but we can learn to steady the ship. We cannot control the actions of others, but we can choose to respond with wisdom rather than reactivity. This is not an act of passive resignation. It is an act of profound strategic intelligence. We stop wasting our precious energy on unwinnable fights, and we focus our strength where it truly matters. This is the essence of real power. There is a beautiful meditation that captures this inner resilience, the practice of seeing the mind like a mountain. Imagine a great, majestic mountain. It has been sitting in the same spot for millions of years. It is solid, stable, and majestic. Now, imagine the weather that this mountain endures. On some days, the sun shines brilliantly upon it, warming its rocky slopes. On other days, dark, heavy clouds gather around its peak, obscuring it from view. Fierce winds howl against its face. Cold, driving rain and heavy snow lash its surface. Through all of this, the sun, the clouds, the wind, the rain, the snow, the mountain's fundamental nature remains utterly unchanged. It sits in profound, unshakable stillness. The mountain is not the wind. The clouds are not the mountain. The rain is not the mountain. The mountain simply is, and it allows the ever-changing weather of the world to pass over it, through it, and around it, without being defined or diminished by it. Our core awareness, cultivated and stabilized through the practice of solitude, can become like this mountain. Our thoughts, emotions, and life circumstances are the weather. The fierce wind of someone's anger may blow against us. The heavy fog of our own sadness may descend. The harsh sun of anxiety may beat down upon us. But if we are rooted in our practice, we can learn to sit with the stability of the mountain, allowing the turbulent weather of our lives to arise and pass without identifying with it. We discover within ourselves a deep, quiet stillness that is independent of the storm of any given moment. This newfound stability gives rise to a completely different kind of confidence. Most people seek a confidence that is based on external factors, on their physical appearance, their job title, their wealth, their accomplishments, or the praise of others. This kind of confidence is inherently fragile. It is a house built on sand, because all of those external factors are impermanent and outside of our ultimate control. The moment our looks fade, our job is lost, or the praise turns to criticism, this confidence shatters. The confidence forged in solitude is internal. It is not loud, arrogant, or boastful. It is a quiet, humble, and unshakable self-trust. It is not the belief that nothing bad will ever happen to me. It is the deep, quiet knowledge that I can meet whatever happens. It is the confidence, not that the seas will always be calm, but that you have become a skilled and steady sailor. It is the confidence of the mountain, which does not hope for good weather, but knows its own capacity to endure any weather. This inner confidence doesn't need to announce itself. It is a silent, powerful presence that informs how we carry ourselves in the world. Therefore, the sanctuary of solitude is not an escape from the difficulties of life. It is the very training that equips us to meet them with courage and grace. It is where we grow the deep roots that ground us in our own being. It is where we learn the wisdom to distinguish between what we can change and what we must accept. It is where we cultivate the unshakable stability of a mountain, allowing the storms of life to pass without uprooting us. This inner strength, this profound self-trust, born not of arrogance but of deep self-acquaintance, has a radical effect on how we interact with the world, particularly with other people. When we are no longer desperate for external approval to feel secure, our relationship with praise and criticism undergoes a fundamental transformation. We are no longer a leaf tossed about by the changing winds of other people's opinions. We are the mountain, and this new stability allows us to step out of one of the most painful of all human prisons, the fear of judgment. Having built an inner fortress of resilience, having learned to stand firm and stable like a mountain in the face of life's inevitable storms, we now find that this inner strength grants us a profound and liberating new freedom. It gives us the key to unlock a prison so vast and pervasive that most of us do not even realize we are inmates. This is not a prison of stone walls and iron bars. Its walls are invisible, constructed from fear and held together by the mortar of social expectation. This is the prison of other people's opinions. From a very young age, we are trained to live within its confines. We learn to constantly modify our behavior, tailor our words, soften our opinions, and hide our true selves, all in a desperate attempt to earn the approval, or at the very least avoid the disapproval of the people around us. We live as if surrounded by 1,000 invisible judges, and the fear of their verdict dictates our every move. The practice of solitude, by building an unshakable foundation of self-worth from within, is the master key that unlocks the cell door, allowing us to finally step out into the open air of authentic living. To understand how to escape this prison, we must first understand how it was built. Our terror of judgment is not a personal failing. It is rooted in our deepest survival instincts. For our ancient ancestors living in small, nomadic tribes, social acceptance was not a luxury. It was a matter of life and death. To be seen as a valuable, contributing member of the group meant access to food, protection, and mates. To be judged as lazy, untrustworthy, or strange could lead to ostracism, which was often a death sentence. This ancient, primal fear of rejection is still hardwired into our nervous systems. It is further reinforced from our first moments of childhood. We learn that a parent's smile is a reward for good behavior, and a frown is a punishment for bad behavior. At school, we strive for the gold star, the high grade, the teacher's praise. We are conditioned to outsource our sense of well-being, learning that the feeling of being okay comes from the positive feedback of authority figures. This creates the foundation for a life spent looking outside of ourselves for validation. At the core of this entire structure is the fragile ego, the sense of a separate, solid I that we have been investigating. Because this ego has no inherent substance, it is deeply insecure. It lives in a state of constant need, craving external proof of its own existence and value. Praise inflates it like a balloon, giving it a temporary feeling of substance. Criticism threatens to pop it, revealing its inherent emptiness. And so, the ego becomes an addict, perpetually jonesing for its next hit of approval. The quiet, introspective practice of solitude is the ultimate antidote to this addiction. It systematically dismantles the prison of judgment from the inside out. First, and most importantly, it cultivates an internal source of validation as we spend quality time with ourselves, as we learn to navigate our own inner storms and befriend our own complexities. We develop a deep and abiding sense of self-regard that is not dependent on anything external. We begin to trust ourselves. We learn to find our stability in the unshakable ground of our own being, not in the fleeting weather of other people's opinions. The mountain does not need the passing clouds to tell it that it is majestic. Its majesty is inherent. In the same way, we learn that our own intrinsic worth is not up for debate. It is a given. When we are filled from within, we no longer approach social interactions as a desperate beggar pleading for scraps of approval. Secondly, the insights gained in solitude help us to depersonalize the judgments of others. Through the lens of no self, we come to see that another person's criticism is not an objective report on our true nature. It is a projection of their own inner world. Their judgment is a product of their own unique conditioning, their personal preferences, their current mood, and their own unmoored, empty boat. When someone judges you harshly, you begin to see it not as an attack, but as a piece of information about them. It tells you about their beliefs, their fears, and their own inner state. This understanding allows you to hear criticism without being crushed by it. You can calmly listen, extract any potentially useful feedback without defensiveness, and simply let the rest go, recognizing that it is not actually about you. The personal sting is removed. This principle is illustrated with perfect clarity in a timeless story about the Buddha. One day, while the Buddha was teaching a crowd, a man stepped forward and began to verbally abuse him. He hurled every insult imaginable, accusing the Buddha of being a fraud, a liar, and a fool. The Buddha remained perfectly calm, listening with a quiet, patient presence until the man, exhausted and out of insults, finally fell silent. The Buddha then looked at him kindly and asked a simple question. "My friend," he said, "if you purchase a gift for someone and that person does not accept your gift, to whom does the gift then belong?" The angry man, momentarily confused, grumbled, "Well, it would belong to me. Of course. I bought it." The Buddha smiled gently and replied, "Exactly. And so it is with your anger and your insults. You have offered them to me as a gift, but I do not accept them." This story is a profound teaching on emotional sovereignty. The opinions of others, whether they are praise or blame, are gifts they are attempting to hand to us. We have the absolute and inalienable right to politely decline the gift. Their anger remains their property. Their criticism remains their property. Our inner peace is not determined by what others offer us, but by what we choose to receive. Solitude is the practice that cultivates the inner stability and self-worth to be able to look at a gift of judgment and say, with genuine peace and without animosity, "Thank you, but no, I will not be accepting that today." This leads us to a helpful distinction between two concepts, self-esteem and self-regard. Self-esteem is often comparative and external. The very word esteem implies evaluation. Our self-esteem goes up when we succeed, when we are praised, when we feel we are better than someone else. It plummets when we fail, when we are criticized, when we feel we don't measure up. It is a volatile, unreliable commodity that keeps us trapped on an emotional roller coaster. Self-regard, on the other hand, is what we cultivate in solitude. It is an internal, non-comparative sense of our own dignity and integrity. It is the quiet self-respect of the mountain. A person with high self-regard can receive praise graciously, without becoming inflated or arrogant, because they don't depend on it for their sense of worth. They can also receive criticism openly, without crumbling, because their core value is not in question. They can listen for the truth in the criticism, while simultaneously recognizing that their fundamental being is not under attack. Solitude teaches us to stop striving for the fickle highs of self-esteem and to instead cultivate the quiet, unshakable dignity of self-regard. By undertaking this journey, we are staging a quiet but profound rebellion. We are declaring our independence from the tyranny of approval. By cultivating a strong inner core of self-regard in the sanctuary of solitude, we break the chains of our addiction. We are no longer performing for an invisible audience. This liberation allows us to be more authentic, more spontaneous, and more courageous in our lives. We are free to speak our truth. Even if our voice shakes, we are free to take creative risks. Even if we might fail, we are free to be our quirky, imperfect, genuine selves, without constantly apologizing for it. This newfound freedom does not make us arrogant or unkind. On the contrary, it lays the foundation for a much deeper and more authentic form of compassion. When we cease to judge ourselves so mercilessly, we naturally lose the compulsion to judge others. The energy we once spent defending our fragile ego is now free to be used for a higher purpose, to connect with others from a place of genuine openness and loving kindness. Having stepped out of the invisible prison of other people's opinions, having cultivated a deep and unwavering self-regard that is not dependent on praise or blame, we find ourselves standing in a new and spacious landscape of freedom. The immense energy that was once consumed by defending our fragile ego, by managing our social image, and by the constant, exhausting work of self-criticism is now liberated. What becomes of this liberated energy? It does not simply dissipate. Instead, it undergoes a beautiful and natural alchemy. It transforms into empathy. The less we are obsessed with our own self, the more capacity we have to be truly available for others. The quiet work we have done in solitude, which at first seemed like a purely personal journey, now reveals its most profound and world-facing purpose. It has been cultivating in us the eye of compassion, We learn to look out at the world not with the harsh gaze of a judge, but with the soft, understanding eyes of a friend. To appreciate the depth of this transformation, we must first understand the psychological mechanics of judgment. We so often judge others harshly not because we are evil, but because we are insecure and fragmented. Much of our criticism of others is a form of projection. We see in them the very traits that we cannot accept within ourselves, the parts of our own personality we have disowned and exiled to the shadows of our consciousness. We condemn the arrogant man because we are terrified of our own latent pride. We criticize the lazy person because we are driven by a relentless inner taskmaster who never allows us to rest. Our judgments of others are often just frustrated, misdirected attempts to control the parts of ourselves we have refused to befriend. Furthermore, judgment is a crude strategy the ego uses to feel superior. By finding fault in someone else, by placing them on a lower rung of the ladder, we give ourselves a momentary, illusory boost. It is a desperate attempt to shore up our own fragile sense of worth by diminishing the worth of another. We judge because we do not feel whole. The deep, introspective work of solitude systematically dismantles these mechanisms. Firstly, in our quiet practice, we have courageously sat with all the characters in our own inner drama. We have met our own anger, our own fear, our own greed, our own pettiness. We have, as the teaching goes, invited them for tea. Having acknowledged and accepted these shadow aspects within ourselves without condemnation, we are no longer so horrified or triggered when we see them manifest in others. When we see someone acting out of fear, we do not feel contempt. We feel a pang of recognition. We know what that fear feels like. When we see someone driven by insecurity, we do not feel superior. We feel a sense of kinship. We have seen that same insecurity in ourselves. The practice melts away the ice of our self-righteousness, replacing it with the warm, flowing water of empathy. Secondly, by cultivating an internal source of worth, we are freed from the grim game of comparison. We no longer need to push others down in order to feel good about ourselves. Our sense of okayness is no longer a relative position, but an absolute state. Finally, the insight of no self, of seeing every person as an empty boat, is the ultimate antidote to judgment. We understand that a person's harmful actions are not the product of a solid, evil self, but are the result of a complex web of causes and conditions, of suffering and confusion. We can see the tangled knots of their conditioning, and our heart naturally softens from condemnation into a desire to understand. This new way of seeing gives rise to one of the most beautiful concepts in Mahayana Buddhism, the idea of Buddha nature. This teaching suggests that every single living being, without exception, possesses at their very core a nature that is pristine, luminous, and inherently awake, a nature that is perfect, whole, and complete. This is their Buddha nature, their original goodness. However, in most beings, this radiant inner nature is obscured. It is covered over by layers of mud and filth, the mud of greed, the filth of hatred, the grime of ignorance and confusion. It is like a magnificent golden statue that has been lost in a swamp for 1,000 years. It is so caked in mud that everyone has forgotten. It is made of pure gold. They mistake it for a worthless lump of dirt. The practice of compassion is the art of learning to see the gold within the mud. It is the ability to look at even the most difficult or harmful person and remember that beneath the layers of their painful conditioning, their abrasive personality, and their harmful actions, there exists a core of innate goodness that is simply lost and suffering. This perspective is not naive. It does not mean we condone harmful behavior or allow ourselves to be taken advantage of. We can still have firm boundaries. We can still say no with clarity and force. But we do so from a different place. We are rejecting the mud, the behavior, not the gold, the being. This allows us to protect ourselves without poisoning ourselves with hatred. There is a legendary story about the Zen hermit poet Ryokan that perfectly embodies this profound, unconditional compassion. Ryokan lived a life of ultimate simplicity in a small hut at the foot of a mountain. He had no possessions of any value. One evening, a thief broke into his hut, seeking things to steal. The thief rummaged through the small space and was dismayed to find nothing but a few rags, a wooden bowl, and the sleeping poet. Ryokan awoke and, seeing the thief, was not filled with anger or fear, but with a deep sense of pity. He looked at the thief and said, "You must have come a very long way to visit me. I am so sorry that I have nothing of value to give you." Ryokan then took off the thin robe he was wearing, his only piece of clothing. "Please," he said, "at least take this as a gift, so you do not leave empty-handed." The bewildered thief took the robe and disappeared into the night. Ryokan then sat, naked, by his open window. He gazed up at the brilliant full moon, and a single tear ran down his cheek. He thought to himself, "Poor mom, I wish I could have given him this magnificent moon." This is the eye of compassion. Ryokan sees completely beyond the man's action, the act of theft, and sees directly into the heart of his suffering. He sees the man's spiritual poverty, his desperation that drove him to such an act. The thief is so lost in his own world of lack that he cannot see the infinitely greater treasure that is freely available to all the simple, profound beauty of the present moment, symbolized by the magnificent moon. Ryokan's compassion is not a feeling of being better than the thief. It is a deep, heartbreaking recognition of their shared humanity and a selfless wish for the other being's happiness and freedom from suffering. He sees the thief's obscured Buddha nature, and he weeps not for his own loss, but for the thief's inability to see his own inner wealth. This is the ultimate potential of the path we have been walking. The quiet, solitary work of looking inward, of facing our fears, befriending ourselves, and seeing through the illusion of the ego is not a selfish pursuit. It is the very process that opens the floodgates of the heart. We learn to look at the world and at every being in it with new eyes. We stop seeing a world of separate, competing individuals and begin to see a world of interconnected beings, each, like us, doing their best to find happiness and avoid suffering. We learn to look for the hidden gold beneath the mud. We learn to appreciate the magnificent moon and to feel a deep, tender wish that all beings could see it too. This state of being calm, present, strong, non-judgmental, and compassionate is not an endpoint. It is a new beginning. It is a transformed way of being in the world that must now be expressed, not just in our moments of quiet contemplation, but in the midst of our active, everyday lives, in our words, in our work, and in our every action. We have journeyed deep into the silent caverns of the self, discovering the treasures of clarity, resilience, and compassion that lie hidden there. A profound peace has begun to settle in our hearts, but the purpose of this journey was never to become a permanent hermit, dwelling forever in a cave of quiet contemplation while the world outside rolls on. The purpose of retreating to the cave was to gather the light. Now, we must learn how to carry that light back out into the village, into the noisy, complex, and often chaotic marketplace of our everyday lives. Solitude is the training ground, but life itself is the final examination. The peace we find on the meditation cushion is not the goal. It is the preparation. The true measure of our practice is not how serene we feel when we are alone, but how we act, how we speak, and how we work when we are immersed in the dynamic, unpredictable flow of our relationships and responsibilities. This is the crucial pivot where stillness transforms into skillful action. A common misconception about practices like meditation and solitude is that they lead to a state of passive detachment, a kind of dreamy indifference to the world and its problems. We picture the practitioner as so blissfully serene that they are rendered inactive, unwilling to engage in the messy reality of life. This could not be further from the truth. The stillness cultivated in solitude is not the stillness of lethargy or apathy. It is the stillness of a deep, calm lake on the surface. It is placid and reflective, but beneath that surface lies immense potential energy. It is the stillness of a master archer in the moment before releasing the arrow, perfectly calm, utterly focused, and gathering all of her power for a single, precise, and effective action. The frantic, reactive mind splashes about, wasting its energy in all directions. The still, mindful mind acts with a quiet, deliberate power. The goal of our practice is not to stop acting, but to stop reacting. It is to learn to act from a place of deep inner clarity and compassion, rather than from the turbulent whims of fear, anger, and ego. Perhaps the most immediate and powerful arena where this transformation shows up is in our speech. Our words possess a tremendous power. They can be unintentional weapons that inflict deep and lasting wounds, or they can be healing balms that soothe and connect. For most of us, our speech is largely unconscious. Words tumble out of our mouths reactively, driven by the emotion of the moment. In the quiet space cultivated by our practice, we begin to bring the light of awareness to our words. We can adopt the classic Buddhist practice of passing our speech through 3 gatekeepers before we allow it to enter the world. Before speaking, we can learn to pause and ask ourselves 3 simple questions. The first gatekeeper asks, "Is it true?" This simple question alone, if asked with honesty, would eliminate a vast amount of the world's harmful communication. It stops gossip, exaggeration, speculation, and outright falsehoods in their tracks. It commits us to speaking from a place of integrity. If the words pass through the first gate, they meet the second gatekeeper, who asks, Is it kind? Another way to frame it is it beneficial? There are many things that may be true, but that do not need to be said. Will this true statement help to heal the situation? Or will it only serve to inflict pain? Will it build connection? Or will it create division? This gate requires us to consult our heart, to engage our sense of empathy before we speak. It is the filter of compassion. Finally, if a statement is both true and kind, it arrives at the third gatekeeper, who asks, is it necessary? Is this the right time? Sometimes a true and kind piece of advice is useless if the person receiving it is not ready or willing to hear it. This gate is the guardian of wisdom and skillful timing. It also honors the power of mindful silence, the profound wisdom of knowing when not to speak, when not to add more noise to an already complicated situation. By simply learning to pause and consult these three gatekeepers, our communication is transformed from a source of unconscious harm into a powerful instrument of healing and connection. This same principle of mindful intention extends beyond our words to all of our actions. Just as with speech, the quality of an action is determined less by the external motion itself and more by the internal state from which it arises. A favor done out of a grudging sense of obligation feels very different from one done from a place of genuine generosity. An apology offered to end a conflict feels different from one born of sincere regret. In the quiet of solitude, we have the opportunity to clarify our intentions before embarking on a project at work or engaging in a difficult conversation at home. We can take a moment to ask ourselves, what is the deepest intention I want to bring to this action? Is it driven by fear, by the need to be right, by greed, or can I ground it in a desire for clarity, connection, and the well-being of all involved? This simple act of clarifying our intention beforehand infuses our actions with a new quality of consciousness and purpose. This leads to a profound shift in our relationship with the mundane tasks of daily life. There is a famous Zen saying that encapsulates this entire teaching before enlightenment: chop wood, carry water. After enlightenment, chop wood, carry water. The external activities of life do not magically disappear when we become more mindful. We still have to work, pay the bills, wash the dishes, do the laundry, and navigate traffic. The world does not change. What changes is the internal quality of our attention. Before our practice, we chop wood with a mind that is somewhere else entirely. We are filled with resentment. I hate this chore. Boredom, when will this be over? Or are lost in anxious planning for the future. We treat the task as a mindless obstacle to be overcome as quickly as possible on the way to something better. After cultivating mindfulness, we chop wood with our full presence. The act of chopping itself becomes the meditation. We feel the weight of the axe in our hands. We hear the satisfying thud as it strikes the wood. We smell the fresh scent of the pine. We are aware of the rhythm of our breath and body. The mundane task is transformed into an experience of vibrant, embodied presence. The destination, the pile of chopped wood, is no longer the only point. The journey of the chopping itself becomes a source of peace and grounding. We can bring this same quality of attention to anything. Washing the dishes can be a meditation on the feeling of warm water on our hands. Driving can be a practice in patient observation. Every moment of our ordinary life becomes an extraordinary opportunity to be awake and present. By doing this, we begin to heal the artificial and painful split that so many of us create between our spiritual life and our real life. We stop seeing our practice as something that only happens for 20 minutes on a meditation cushion in the morning. The cushion is simply the training ground. The real game is played in every other moment of our day. The peace we discovered in the cave of solitude is not meant to be hoarded there. It is a portable lantern that we learn to carry with us, illuminating every corner of our lives. The boundary between meditation and life begins to dissolve. Life itself becomes the meditation. Thus, the stillness we have so carefully cultivated does not lead to a withdrawal from the world, but to a fuller and more skillful engagement with it. We have brought the peace of the monastery into the midst of the marketplace. We have learned that enlightened living is not about floating on a cloud of blissful detachment, but about being radically present for the chopping of wood and the carrying of water that constitutes our human life. Our words and actions cease to be unconscious reactions and instead become conscious creations, expressions of the clarity, stability, and compassion we have nurtured within. This new way of acting and being in the world inevitably leads to a new way of thinking about our purpose and about what it truly means to live a successful and meaningful life. Having learned to bring the fruits of our inner practice, our clarity, compassion, and presence out into the world through our speech and actions, we arrive at a natural and crucial turning point. We must now question the very direction in which we are aiming our actions. For our entire lives, we have been conditioned to climb a specific ladder, the ladder of conventional success. Its rungs are clearly marked: a better job title, a higher salary, a bigger house, more followers, greater public recognition. We are taught that happiness is a penthouse apartment at the very top of this ladder. And so we climb, often sacrificing our health, our relationships, and our peace of mind in the process. We climb with ferocious determination. And when we reach a new rung that we thought would finally satisfy us, we experience a fleeting moment of relief, only to look up and see an infinite number of rungs still stretching above us. This is the great deception of the modern world, the hedonic treadmill that keeps us perpetually striving but never arriving. The practice of solitude is the radical act of stepping off the ladder altogether, sitting at its base, and asking a fundamental question: is this ladder even leaning against the right wall? The engine that drives this endless, exhausting climb is a deeply ingrained and flawed piece of mental software we could call the when-then fallacy. The formula is programmed into us from childhood. When I get the good grades, then I will feel proud. When I get into the right college, then my future will be secure. When I get the promotion, then I will be respected. When I find the perfect partner, then I will no longer be lonely. When I retire, then I will finally be able to rest and be happy. This formula consistently places our well-being in a future that has not yet arrived. It makes our inner peace entirely conditional upon external circumstances, many of which are completely outside of our control. It turns the present moment, the only place where life is actually lived, into a mere means to an end, a tedious period of striving to be endured on the way to a hypothetical future paradise. This is a blueprint for a life of quiet desperation. A race towards a finish line that is constantly being moved just a little bit further away. The sanctuary of solitude offers a radical alternative by introducing us to a completely different kind of wealth. The wealth we discover in our quiet moments is not accumulative. It is inherent. It is the profound richness of a present moment met with full attention. It is the unshakable security of a mind that has learned to be resilient in the face of storms. It is the deep freedom that comes from being liberated from the prison of other people's opinions. It is the quiet warmth of a heart overflowing with compassion. This inner wealth has qualities that external wealth can never possess. External wealth, money, property, status is inherently precarious. It can be lost in a market crash, destroyed in a natural disaster, or diminished by the changing tides of fortune. Inner wealth, however, the ability to generate your own peace, to befriend your own mind, to respond to life with wisdom can never be taken from you. It is the only truly secure asset in a world of profound impermanence. This understanding allows us to redefine success entirely. Perhaps true success is not measured by the size of your bank account, but by the spaciousness of your heart. Perhaps it is not about the height of your position on the corporate ladder, but about the depth of your connection to the present moment. Perhaps true success is not the accumulation of more, but the cultivation of the ability to be happy with less. It could be defined as the degree to which your inner well-being has become independent of external conditions. It is the capacity to be peaceful with little and to be peaceful with much, to be content in times of gain and to maintain your equanimity in times of loss. This is a form of success that is not dependent on luck or circumstance, but is forged through conscious, deliberate practice. There is a timeless story that captures the folly of our conventional approach to success with beautiful simplicity. It is the story of a highly successful, stressed-out investment banker who takes a much-needed vacation to a small, remote coastal village. One afternoon, he is walking along the pier and sees a local fisherman pull his small boat ashore, containing a modest but respectable catch of fish. The fisherman ties up his boat, and his children run to greet him. He laughs and plays with them as they walk home. The banker, driven by his ingrained optimization mindset, is troubled by what he sees as a lack of ambition. He approaches the fisherman and says, "That's a fine catch, but why did you come back so early? If you had stayed out for a few more hours, you could have caught twice as many fish." The fisherman smiles and says he has caught enough to feed his family for the next day. The banker scoffs. "You don't understand," he says, and he proceeds to lay out a detailed 15-year business plan for the fisherman. "You should fish for at least 10 hours a day." He begins, "Then you can sell the extra fish, save the money, and buy a bigger boat. With a bigger boat, you can hire a crew and catch even more fish. Soon, you'll be able to buy a whole fleet of boats. Then you can cut out the middleman, build your own cannery, and control the entire process. You can move to the city, vertically integrate your operations, and eventually, you can take your company public and make millions." The fisherman listens patiently to this grand vision. When the banker has finished, he asks a simple, quiet question. "And after all that," he says, "after I have become a millionaire and built this great empire, what would I do then?" The investment banker puffs out his chest, filled with the pride of revealing the ultimate prize. Then, he says triumphantly, then you would finally be able to retire. You could sell your company and move to a small coastal village. You could sleep in late, go out and fish a little each day, spend the afternoons playing with your children, and enjoy a simple, peaceful life with your wife in the evenings. The fisherman smiles his gentle smile. He looks at his children playing nearby. He looks at his small boat bobbing in the clear water, and he replies softly, "But isn't that what I am doing right now?" This story brilliantly exposes the profound absurdity of postponing our happiness. We so often sacrifice our present moment well-being, our health, our relationships, our peace in a frantic pursuit of some future state where we believe we will finally have permission to be happy. We are chasing a destination, and in doing so, we miss the journey entirely. The insights gained in solitude reorient our entire map. Life ceases to be a race to a finish line called success or happiness. Instead, the journey itself becomes the destination. The purpose of life is no longer found in a grand achievement at the end, but in the quality of presence and compassion we bring to each step along the way. Meaning is discovered not in the future promotion, but in the mindful way we perform our work today. Joy is not found in the future vacation, but in the way we savor a simple cup of tea this morning. The purpose of life is simply to live it fully, awake, and with an open heart. This radical redefinition of success is the culmination of our journey inward. It is the natural result of finding our wealth within, rather than without. When we are no longer desperately trying to climb a ladder to a place of presumed happiness, our relationship with life's ultimate deadline, its ending begins to change. When we are not so frantic to get somewhere, we can be much more at peace with the fact that the journey is finite. This new understanding, this deep contentment with the process of living itself, is the most powerful foundation we can build for confronting the great and final truth of our existence, the truth of impermanence. Having redefined the very meaning of a successful life, shifting our focus from the frantic accumulation of external achievements to the quiet cultivation of internal peace, we now arrive at the final frontier of our inner exploration. We must turn to face the one great truth that all our striving, all our planning, and all our worldly success is designed to help us forget. This is the truth of impermanence, which culminates in the great, unspoken fear that sits in the heart of every human being, the fear of our own death. In our modern culture, death is treated as a medical failure, a taboo topic to be hidden away, sanitized, and spoken of only in hushed tones. We build our entire lives as elaborate fortresses against this undeniable reality. We accumulate wealth, chase fame, and cling to youth, as if these things could somehow bribe the unbribable forces of time and decay. We fill our lives with noise and distraction to drown out the quiet, persistent whisper in the back of our minds that reminds us that all of this is temporary. The sanctuary of solitude is the one place where this great pretense can be gently set aside. It is the safe, quiet, and loving space where we can finally stop running, turn around, and learn to make friends with the most fundamental truth of our existence. Our terror of death stems from a misunderstanding. We see it as a single, horrifying event that will happen to us someday in the distant future. An abrupt and unjust cancellation of our existence. But the deep, moment-to-moment awareness cultivated in solitude reveals a different story. It shows us that death is not a final event, but a constant and intimate process that is woven into the very fabric of every moment. As you listen to these words, the person you were 1 second ago has already died to give way to the person you are now. The breath you just inhaled has died to become the breath you are now exhaling. The cells in your body are in a constant, dynamic dance of birth, life, and death. In our meditation practice, we become intimately familiar with these little deaths. We watch a thought arise in the mind, shimmer for a moment, and then dissolve back into silence. We observe a feeling of joy emerge in the heart, crest like a wave, and then recede. We see that everything in our experience, from the smallest sensation to the grandest emotion, is in a state of continuous flow. Nothing is solid, nothing is permanent. By becoming friends with this constant, moment-to-moment process of arising and passing away, the big death at the end of our life begins to lose its alien and monstrous quality. It is no longer a horrifying anomaly, but simply the final, natural culmination of a process we have come to know with great intimacy. It is the last cloud passing through the sky, the last wave returning to the ocean. Our suffering around this truth arises not from impermanence itself, but from our desperate demand that a fundamentally impermanent world should be permanent for our personal benefit. We fall in love and want that feeling, that person, to be with us forever, unchanged. We achieve a moment of success and want to build a permanent monument on that spot. We feel the vitality of youth and rage against the natural process of aging. This is a declaration of war against the fundamental laws of the universe. And it is a war we are guaranteed to lose every single time. Our anxiety about death is the ultimate expression of this futile struggle. Death is the universe's final, undeniable checkmate to our ego's desperate game of control. It is the ultimate proof that we are not in charge, that our plans are provisional, and that everything we cling to will eventually be taken from our grasp. The practice of solitude, by gently immersing us in the truth of impermanence, moment after moment, is a training in surrender. It teaches us to stop fighting the current of the river and instead learn to flow with it gracefully. There is a profound Buddhist story that illustrates this journey from frantic resistance to wise acceptance with heartbreaking beauty. It is the story of a young woman named Kisa Gotami. Her life was filled with joy after the birth of her first and only son. But one day, the child fell ill and died. Kisa Gotami was driven mad with a grief so powerful that she refused to accept the reality of his death. Clutching his small, lifeless body, she ran from house to house in her village, desperately begging everyone she met for a medicine that could bring him back to life. Some mocked her. Others pitied her, but no one could help her. Finally, a wise man saw her plight and, with great compassion, directed her to the one person who might have a cure, the Buddha. She rushed to the Buddha, laid her son at his feet, and pleaded with him to save her child. The Buddha looked at her with infinite tenderness and did not dismiss her delusion. He said to her, "I can make the medicine you seek, but to do so, I require one very special ingredient. You must bring me a single mustard seed, but it must be taken from a home where no one, not a parent, a child, a spouse, or a servant has ever died." Filled with a surge of hope, Kisa Gautami began her quest. She went to the first house, and the woman there said, "Of course, I have mustard seeds. Please, take them." But when Kisa Gautami asked if anyone in that house had ever died, the woman's face fell. "The living are few," she said, "but the dead are many. My husband died just last year." Kisa Gautami went to the next house, and the next, and the next. The story was always the same. Every family was happy to give her a mustard seed, but every family had been touched by the hand of death. As the sun began to set, she had traveled the entire village and had not found a single household free from loss. Sitting by the roadside, watching the flickering lights of the village lamps, she finally understood. Her personal, unbearable grief began to dissolve into a vast, universal understanding. Death was not a unique tragedy that had cruelly singled her out. It was the shared, inescapable, and natural fate of all beings. With this profound realization, her frantic, desperate clinging to her son's life finally released its grip. She was able to perform the final rites for his body and return to the Buddha. Not as a desperate mother, but as a woman who had awakened to a deep and unshakable peace. This story teaches us that the acceptance of death does not come from a cold, intellectual argument. It comes from a deep, heartfelt realization of its universality, which transforms our personal cry of "why me" into a compassionate whisper of "just like me." This acceptance, in turn, transforms death from a terrifying enemy into a wise and powerful advisor. Many contemplative traditions encourage the practice of keeping death on your shoulder. Not to be morbid, but to be clear. The constant, gentle awareness of our own mortality is the ultimate tool for clarifying our values. When you know that your time is finite, you are far less likely to waste it on trivial pursuits, petty arguments, and the pleasing of others. The awareness of death makes us ask the most important questions. Am I living a life that is true to my deepest values? Am I spending my precious, unrepeatable moments on things that truly matter? Am I loving the people in my life fully? Am I forgiving freely? Am I expressing the gratitude and creativity that is within me? The thought of death strips away the non-essential and reveals what is truly important. It becomes a compass that constantly points us toward a more authentic and meaningful life. And so, in the safe and sacred space of solitude, we learn to gently turn and face the truth we have spent our lives running from. We learn that impermanence is not a flaw in the system. It is the system. We discover that death is not the enemy of life, but the very thing that gives life its preciousness and meaning. By making friends with our own mortality, we are not filled with despair, but with a profound and urgent sense of gratitude for the stunning, fleeting gift of being alive. This deep acceptance of our own finite, individual existence does not leave us feeling small and isolated. On the contrary, by fully embracing our nature, as a temporary wave, we open ourselves to the astonishing discovery of our inseparable connection to the entire, timeless ocean. Our journey into the sanctuary of solitude has been one of progressive revelation. We began by seeking refuge from the noise of the world, and in the quiet, we learned to observe our own minds. We befriended our emotions, gained resilience, and redefined success. We then pushed our inquiry deeper, investigating the very nature of the self we sought to understand, only to find that at its core, it was as spacious and fluid as the sky. And finally, we made a gentle peace with the great truth of our own impermanence, accepting our nature as a temporary wave in a vast ocean. And now, at the summit of this inward climb, having let go of our clinging to a solid, separate, and permanent self, we are met with the most breathtaking discovery of all. The dissolution of the self does not lead to an empty, meaningless void. It leads to an experience of profound, vibrant, and joyful union with everything. The wave, by finally and fully accepting its brief, transient nature, realizes its true identity has never been anything other than the entire ocean. The feeling of being a small, isolated fragment gives way to the boundless experience of being a part of the whole. Our ordinary way of perceiving the world creates a powerful and convincing illusion of separation. Our five senses are built to do this. My eyes create a clear distinction between me here and the tree over there. My skin registers a definite boundary where my body ends and the air around it begins. Our language reinforces this illusion in every sentence we speak. Our grammar is built upon a foundation of separate subjects acting upon separate objects. I, the subject, see the bird, the object. This structure, repeated millions of times, hardens the idea of a world full of discrete, independent things, but in the deep, silent awareness cultivated in solitude. As the constant chatter of the labeling mind begins to quiet down, we can start to perceive reality on a more fundamental level. Beneath the constructs of language and conventional thought, we begin to see not a world of separate nouns, but a world of interconnected verbs. We begin to experience the truth of what the Zen master Thich Nhat Hanh so beautifully named interbeing. To understand interbeing, let us join him in a simple meditation. Look at a single sheet of paper in your hands. We see it as a single, separate object. But if we look with the eyes of interbeing, we see a completely different reality. To exist, this sheet of paper needed a tree. The tree, in turn, needed the rain and the clouds to water it. So, the cloud is in the paper. If you take the cloud out of the paper cannot be. The tree also needed the sunshine to grow through photosynthesis. So, the sunshine is in the paper. The paper needed the logger who cut down the tree, and the logger needed parents who raised him, and the logger needed food to eat, which in turn came from the earth, the rain, and the sun. The paper needed the truck driver who transported the wood, the factory workers who processed it, and the store that sold it. If you look deeply enough, you see that the entire cosmos has conspired in this very moment to bring this sheet of paper into your hands. It contains everything. It is not an independent entity. It is with all that is As Thich Nhat Hanh taught, to be is to interbe. Nothing in the universe exists by itself. Everything is profoundly connected to everything else in a vast, intricate, and miraculous web of causes and conditions. Now, let us turn this powerful lens of interbeing upon ourselves. We are accustomed to thinking of ourselves as solid, separate, and autonomous beings. But are we? Consider the food you ate for lunch. That food, which was once a plant growing in the earth, is now being transformed into the very cells of your body, your skin, your heart, your brain. You are not separate from the farmer who grew the food, the soil that nourished it, or the sun that gave it life. You interact with the entire agricultural system. Consider the air you are breathing right now. This breath, this vital life force, is an intimate exchange with the world around you. You are breathing in the oxygen that was gifted to you by the trees and the phytoplankton of the sea. They, in turn, are breathing in the carbon dioxide that you are exhaling. Where does the boundary of you end and the atmosphere begin? It is a seamless, life-giving dance. Consider your thoughts, your feelings, your very consciousness. Your thoughts are woven from a language you did not invent. Your joys and sorrows are shaped by a culture you did not create. Your consciousness itself is entirely dependent on the world it is conscious of. We are not a monologue, spoken in isolation. We are a living, breathing dialogue with the entire universe. This direct, experiential realization of interbeing is the ultimate and final antidote to the feeling of loneliness that first set us upon this path. Loneliness, in its deepest sense, is the painful illusion of being separate. It is the suffering of the ego that feels itself to be a disconnected fragment in a cold and indifferent universe. But how can you possibly feel lonely when you experience your own being as interwoven with the light of a billion stars, the roots of every tree, and the breath of every living creature? How can you feel isolated when you see that the same universal energy that animates the cosmos is the very energy that is animating you in this moment? The feeling of separation dissolves, not because another person has come to sit beside you, but because you have realized, on a cellular level, that you were never separate to begin with. The search for connection ends not by finding a companion, but by realizing you are already in communion with everything. There is a magnificent and ancient metaphor from the Buddhist scriptures that beautifully illustrates this vision of a perfectly interconnected reality. It is the image of Indra's net. Imagine a cosmic net that stretches out infinitely in all directions. It is a web of unfathomable size and complexity, and at every single node where the threads of this net cross, there hangs a single, brilliant, and perfectly polished jewel. Because each jewel is perfectly clear and reflective, its surface mirrors every other jewel in the entire net. If you look closely at any one jewel, you will see within it the shimmering reflections of all the other countless jewels. But it doesn't stop there. Within each of those reflections, you will see the reflections of all the other jewels, and so on, into an infinite, recursive hall of mirrors, Ikiyevel. Each being, each particle in the universe, contains within it the entirety of all the others. The whole is present in every part, This is the ultimate vision of reality. Each of us is one of these jewels in Indra's net. Our existence is not merely our own. It contains and is contained by everyone and everything else. What happens to the most distant jewel in the net is subtly reflected in our own being. And what happens in our being is reflected back out to all the others. This is the peak experience that our journey into solitude has been leading us toward. What began as a simple retreat from the noise of the world has culminated in a profound embrace of the entire cosmos. The painful illusion of being a small, fragile, and isolated self has been replaced by the joyful, liberating experience of being an integral and inseparable part of a vast, intelligent, and interconnected whole. This is not just a beautiful philosophical idea. It is a lived, experiential truth that can arise when the mind becomes quiet enough and the heart becomes open enough. But this cosmic vision is not an endpoint. It is not an escape into a mystical trance. It is a new foundation upon which to live. Having had this glimpse of the ocean, how do we now live as a wave? Having seen the whole of Indra's net in a single jewel, how do we now live as that one shining jewel in the ordinary world? This is the final stage of our journey, the integration of this boundless wisdom into a fully awakened, compassionate, and engaged human life. We have stood upon the summit of our inner mountain and have witnessed the breathtaking, panoramic view of interbeing. We have seen the illusion of our separate self dissolve into the vast, interconnected reality of Indra's net, where every jewel reflects every other. This cosmic perspective, this profound experience of unity, is the ultimate fruit of our journey into solitude. But our journey is not a one-way trip to a mountaintop. The final and most crucial stage of any spiritual path is the return to the valley. The wisdom gained in the silence of the cave is not meant to be hoarded as a private treasure. It is meant to be brought back as a gift to the village. The challenge and the beauty of an awakened life lie not in permanently dwelling in a state of mystical union, but in learning how to embody that wisdom in the midst of the messy, complicated, and beautiful reality of our everyday human lives. The goal is not to escape the world, but to engage with it from a place of boundless clarity, courage, and compassion. This brings us to the dissolution of the final and most stubborn illusion, the split we create between our spiritual practice and our real life. For many, these are two separate domains. We have our 20 minutes on the meditation cushion in the morning, where we are peaceful, mindful, and spiritual, and then we get up, flick the off switch, and enter the real world of traffic jams, difficult colleagues, family obligations, and financial stress, where we are reactive, distracted, and normal. True integration means removing that switch entirely. The goal is to let the qualities we cultivate in our sanctuary, the stillness, the presence, the compassion, seep out and infuse every other part of our existence. The cushion is the practice room, where a musician diligently works on their scales and technique. Life itself is the concert hall where they are called to play beautiful music. The purpose of the practice is to become so intimate with the music of peace that we can begin to improvise with it beautifully in any situation. Life itself becomes the practice. But how do we maintain that inner peace when we are no longer in our quiet room? but are caught in the noise of the world. We learn to find solitude in the midst of the chaos by sprinkling our day with microdoses of stillness. These are intentional, mindful pauses, often lasting no more than a few seconds, that act as a reset button for the nervous system. You are standing in a long line at the grocery store. Your habitual tendency might be to pull out your phone and distract yourself. The integrated practice is to resist that urge and instead use it as a moment of mindfulness. You can take 3 conscious breaths, feeling the air enter and leave your body. You can feel the sensation of your feet firmly planted on the floor. In that brief moment, you have created a tiny sanctuary of presence. You are waiting at a red traffic light, feeling a surge of impatience. You can use the red light as a bell of mindfulness, a gentle reminder to check in with your inner state. You can relax your grip on the steering wheel, soften your posture, and simply observe the world around you without judgment. Before you send a critical email or walk into a difficult meeting, you can take a single, conscious breath to ground yourself and connect with your deepest intention. These mindful pauses are like touching base with your inner mountain throughout the day. They are small acts of remembering that remind you that the vast, quiet peace you found in solitude is always available, just beneath the turbulent surface of the present moment. As this integration deepens, we begin to see the fruits of our entire journey manifest in our daily interactions. When a co-worker criticizes your work, you still feel the initial, sharp sting of the first arrow, but you now have the space to notice it without immediately firing back the second arrow of angry defensiveness. You can pause, breathe, acknowledge the pain, and choose a response that is calm, clear, and constructive. When your carefully made plans for the weekend are suddenly disrupted, you still feel the wave of disappointment, but you no longer cling so tightly to how things should have been. You are more able to feel the disappointment, let it go, and adapt gracefully to the new reality. When you encounter a person who is acting in a difficult or abrasive way, your first instinct is no longer to label them as a jerk. You remember the empty boat. You see their behavior not as a reflection of a solid, malicious self, but as a manifestation of their own hidden suffering. And you can interact with them from a place of firm, clear boundaries, but without the poison of hatred in your own heart. And in the most ordinary moments, while washing the dishes, walking down the street, or listening to the rain, you may experience a sudden, quiet joy, a feeling of profound connection to the simple fact of being alive. The mundane becomes sacred, the perfect symbol for this entire journey of integration. From the depths of suffering to a fully engaged and awakened life is the lotus flower. The lotus is revered in the East as a symbol of purity, beauty, and spiritual enlightenment. It is a flower of breathtaking radiance. But the most remarkable thing about the lotus is not just its beauty, but where it grows. The lotus flower does not grow on a pristine, clean mountaintop. Its roots are found in the darkest, thickest mud and murky water of a pond. It is from this place of darkness and decay that it draws its nourishment. The lotus must push its way up through the confusing, unclear water to finally break the surface and open its petals to the sun. And when it blooms, Its petals are perfectly radiant and clean, completely unstained by the mud from which it arose. We are all lotus flowers. The mud of our lives is the inescapable reality of human existence, the confusion, the pain, the loss, the challenges, the emotional turmoil. We do not need to escape the mud to find enlightenment or peace. In fact, we cannot. The mud is our source of nourishment, our place of growth. Our dedicated practice of solitude is the strong, resilient stem. It is the pathway that allows us to draw wisdom and strength from our most difficult experiences and to rise up through the murky waters of our own confusion and our awakened heart. The culmination of our practice is the blossom itself, open, receptive, and radiating a quiet beauty into the world. It is a beauty that is not separate from the world's suffering, but is made possible by it. The goal of our journey is not to be airlifted out of the muddy pond. The goal is to learn how to bloom right here, right now, in the very midst of it, our petals unstained, offering our unique fragrance for the benefit of all. And so our long exploration comes full circle. We began with the pain of loneliness, the feeling of being a disconnected fragment in a noisy world. We retreated into the sanctuary of solitude, not as an escape, but as a place of profound training. There, we befriended our minds, transformed our relationship with our emotions, redefined our purpose, and ultimately discovered our inseparable connection to the whole of life. We now return to the world, not as we were, but as something new. We are the mountain that is at peace with any weather. We are the empty boat, moving with grace and forgiveness. And we are the lotus flower, rooted in the mud of reality, yet blooming with an unshakable and compassionate light. We have learned that solitude is not an absence of connection, but the very doorway to the most profound connection possible. We have traveled a long way together on this journey inward. We began in the noisy, crowded landscape of the modern world, feeling the paradoxical pain of being more connected, yet more alone than ever before. We stood at the precipice of our own inner silence and felt the primal fear of the void, the terror of the chattering mind, and the unresolved emotions that lay within. From that place of fear, we took a gentle, courageous step. We learned to distinguish the barren prison of loneliness from the abundant kingdom of solitude. We discovered the simple, powerful tool of mindfulness, learning not to fight our inner chaos, but to observe it with the calm, steady gaze of a silent witness. In the sacred sanctuary of that stillness, we began to uncover the treasures that were always waiting within us. We found that silence was the birthplace of creativity and insight. We learned to navigate the storms of our emotions with grace and resilience. We befriended the familiar stranger of the self. And then, in the most profound discovery of all, we saw through the illusion of its separateness, experiencing our deep and unbreakable connection to the entire web of life. We learnt that true strength is not rigidity, but the flexibility of a deep-rooted tree. We learnt that true peace is not the absence of storms, but the stability of a mountain that can weather them. We learned that true success is not found in a future destination, but in the quality of presence we bring to the journey. And we learned that true compassion is the natural fragrance of a heart that has made peace with itself. The ultimate message of this entire journey is a simple one: the peace, connection, and wholeness that we so desperately seek in the world, outside, in our careers, in our relationships, in our achievements, is not and has never been located there. It is not something to be acquired, earned, or won. It is the inherent nature of our own awareness. It is the deep, quiet wellspring that lies beneath the turbulent surface of our thoughts and feelings. Solitude is simply the name we give to the practice of returning to this wellspring. It is not an escape from life, but a courageous turning towards life's deepest truths. It is not a rejection of the world, but a way of gathering our strength and clarity so we may return to the world and engage with it more fully, more lovingly, and more wisely. We are all lotus flowers, and the purpose of our practice is not to escape the mud of our ordinary human lives, but to learn how to bloom with beauty and grace right in the midst of it. And so, we end where we began with you, in this present moment. This journey may have seemed vast, but its beginning is infinitesimally small. It does not begin with a grand gesture or a dramatic life change. It begins with a single, conscious breath. It begins with the simple, kind intention to give yourself 5 minutes of quiet today, without apology or guilt. It begins with the radical act of turning off your phone, closing your eyes, and simply allowing yourself to be just as you are. Do not see this as a chore, but as an act of profound kindness. You are finally making time to meet the one person who has been patiently waiting for your attention your entire life. Do not fear what you will find in the silence. You are not stepping into an empty void. You are stepping into the fullness of your own being. It is not an escape. It is a coming home.